to snap it, and it's Trey Burton who throws caught. Foles, touchdown.
Here he goes. It's Hester. Inside the 30. Hester's going to take it all the way for a touchdown.
Fields stumbling, trying to cut it back. Justin Fields making magic happen. There goes Fields. Touchdown!
Hurts on first down, fires downfield. It's Deshaun Jackson back in the lineup. Missed the last 7 games, and he will take it 81 yards. A somersault into the end zone. His first touchdown of the season.
You're listening to The Pigskin Project, the world's #1 football podcast. Now, with more insights on all things football, here are your hosts, Ben Hansen and Ryan Matthews.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. I am so excited to get into this. It is officially the NFL draft. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about 14 minutes away from somebody hitting the clock. Whether or not it's Carolina, who knows? I mean, they've talked about potentially trading back, but it's probably going to be Carolina. Anyways, Ben, we got a lot of stuff to talk about, and we only have about 14 minutes to get to it. First off, how you doing, man?
I'm doing freaking spectacular.
You got some water or something by you? I mean, we're going to be talking for hours.
I have this. I have a tea. I'm a weenie when it comes to heat because I'm a loser. So I put it in the fridge. So I'm gonna have to step away probably after like the second or third pick to go and grab that. Mm-hmm. Like you said, it's about probably a 4.5 hour live stream for us going here, but it is going to be fun.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. And everybody, you can tell we have a little bit of a different look now. You have our socials right above us. If you guys don't already follow us on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, give us a follow. Bless you, Ben. I know you muted your mic, but
thank you.
But anyways, yes, let's go ahead and get into it. So weekly review, we already talked about in the previous, podcast that we were going to go ahead and cover everything that happened in a week. I am going to do this as fast as possible. Ben, I want your quick notes, but we have a lot of rumors to address before the draft gets started. Kyle Gagliardi coming in saying, "What a layout." Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
I put a lot of work into this. I'm actually very happy.
You killed it.
Anyways, all right. So the NFL suspended 5 players, including Lions wide receivers Jameson Williams, Stanley Berryhill, Quintez Cephas, C.J. Moore, and Commander Shaka Toney. I don't know how you pronounce it. Shaka Toney, yeah. Jameson Williams and Stanley Berryhill are suspended for 6 games, and the rest of the players have been suspended for at least 1 year. So pretty big news there. Pretty much the same exact situation there. Jameson Williams and Stanley Berryhill gambled on site of the Lions complex, but they didn't gamble on NFL games. The rest were kind of guilty of that. So
yes, it is what it is. I mean, dumb for both players. I think it's dumb that you get suspended for because if he went home and he did it, it wouldn't have been an issue. But since he did it at the facility, then it was an issue. So it's dumb that he got suspended for it, but it's also dumb. Like rule number 1 is don't gamble if you're a player.
Just don't do that.
And just don't do it. And he did it.
Yes. I'm just going to fly through the little stuff. Speaking of suspensions, Jaguars left tackle Cam Robinson is facing a multi-game suspension for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing drug policy. Next up, a couple of minor headlines. The Vikings and Bengals have exercised the 5th-year options of Justin Jefferson and Joe Burrow, as expected. The Commanders have declined Chase Young's 5th-year option. There are plenty of trade rumors surrounding Chase Young tonight as well. For anybody that needs an edge rusher, the 24-year-old is certainly open and is hitting the open market as well. Definitely something I'm expecting my Bears to look into. Couple of the biggest headlines of the week, if not, they are the biggest headline. Aaron Rodgers has officially been traded to the New York Jets. The Jets have received Rodgers, a 2023 first-round pick, which is number 15, 2023 fifth-round pick, which is 170, and Aaron Rodgers. The Packers receive a 2023 first, which is number 13, a 2023 second, which is 42, a 2023 sixth, 207, and a 2024 conditional second-round pick that becomes a first if Rodgers plays 65% of the plays. Good riddance. I'm sorry, but I don't have to look at him until potentially. I want to say 2024 is the next time that the Bears would play the Jets, potentially if the Jets were to finish in the same spot as the Bears this upcoming season.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest headline of the day so far: Lamar Jackson has agreed on a 5-year extension worth $260 million with $185 million guaranteed. Holy overpay. That's my reaction.
Really?
Ben, I want you to give me your little cliff notes about anything else you'd like to talk about. Until then, we have 10 minutes to talk about some rumors, and then we've got some guests piling in here. My boy Nick Hughes is going to be coming with us with the first, second, and third overall picks today, and he's just going to be with us. So, Ben, give us some cliff notes.
Yeah, no, to touch on the last two things you said, to shorten it up, basically, in that Packers trade, the Packers they moved up 2 spots. They got a 6th-round pick and then a 2nd-round pick next year that could be a first. And then the Jets moved back 2 spots and got Rodgers, which it's a win-win. I think the Jets give up a little bit, but if the Jets believe that they're a Super Bowl caliber team, then Aaron Rodgers might get you there. We've had a conversation on if Aaron Rodgers moves the needle or not, but if they believe it, then they believe it, and it's not an overpay for them. And it really just depends on how well that trade works out. As far as the Lamar thing, like you said, I'm not surprised. Again, as I told you, I always thought he was going to stay there with the Ravens, and he did. And he's now making $52 million, which every single time you see a quarterback
the Eagles have officially made a trade. They've traded pick 94 and a 2024 5th to the Cardinals for pick 66. The Cardinals tampered in their hiring of head coach Jonathan Gannon.
Wait, what happened?
So we have a trade.
I turned down my. So for those who were wondering, I turned my notifications off for Twitter for this. I turned my notifications off for Twitter, so Ryan's going to be reacting to all the news and telling me everything that has happened. So they traded a 3rd and a 4th to get
3rd and a 5th for picks number 60. Or you got a 3rd and a 5th, a 3rd and a 2024 5th for pick number 66 in the draft. So you got a 2nd-round pick or a 3rd-round pick. Early.
So we got an early 3rd for a 3rd and a 5th.
Yes, you traded up 28 spots
for a 5th-round pick. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
So
that's how he's on the move. I know what it is.
Here we go.
Do you want to know what happened? Yep.
What's that?
It's because they're trading up.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yes. I'm going to get to that as well. We're going to dive right into the rumors as well.
Yes. Yeah. I was going to say real quick, as you were saying that, the whole conversation, and this is the point I was getting at before you said that, the whole conversation leading up to this was it went from Texans are going to take a quarterback. They wanted to move up to 1, and then they were going to, no, never mind, they're going to take Will Anderson. Nope, they're taking Tyree Wilson. And then as far as 30 minutes ago, CJ Stroud's odds to go number 2 was at plus 250, so plus money. And then in a matter of 10 minutes, his odds shifted from plus 225 to minus 700. Yeah. Meaning that something had to have happened for Vegas to believe he's going number 2 overall.
Yeah. So pre-draft rumor time. I say let's go ahead and bring in our guest early. I mean,
that works for
why
me.
Not? Yeah. Introducing my former broadcast partner. He was our camera guy for the 2022 season. One of my closest friends now in the broadcasting job, and my fellow Ohio State Buckeye fan, despite the fact he's all the way out from Texas. This man's a Texans fan. His name is Nick Hughes, everybody. Welcome to
How's it going? Man,
buddy.
The Texans not wanting to draft CJ Stroud stressing me out. I heard you just say that. And
Oh, okay. Really quick, Nick, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. The Arizona Cardinals and Philadelphia Eagles have agreed on a settlement of an issue concerning an instance of impermissible contact by Arizona during its head coaching search this past January. The Cardinals self-reported to the National Football League that general manager Monty Ossenfort had a phone conversation with then Eagles defensive coordinator Jonathan Gannon in the days following the NFC Championship game, a period during which contact is not permitted under the league's anti-tampering policy. To resolve the matter between the two clubs, the Cardinals and Eagles have agreed to swap third-round picks in the 2023 NFL Draft, and the Cardinals received Philadelphia's fifth-round selection in 2024, as we mentioned before. So, like we said, I'm just going to go ahead and dive into it. Jordan Schultz has stated to keep an eye on the Eagles tonight. They've been laying the groundwork over the past 24 hours for a potential trade up to the top 10 for one of the premier pass rushers. So something to keep an eye on. Nick, you might be trading out of that number 2 spot. Who knows? I mean, everybody's trying to get up within that top 3, maybe looking for a quarterback, maybe looking for Jalen Carter. But at the end of the day, I mean, you guys need a quarterback as well. So what's your dream scenario? What's your nightmare scenario? What are you looking for as far as your Texans?
Well, ideal would be get CJ Stroud and get him a receiver at 12. But I've seen rumors about trading the 2 pick and trading the 12 pick. So that would be the nightmare because they're known for making bonehead decisions and trading away their already good draft picks or superstars that they have and getting bags of potato chips in return. Example, DeAndre Hopkins to Arizona for a washed up running back in draft picks. Like if you're going to get draft picks, use them. So
absolutely.
That was one of the most irritating things I think for me as a Texans fan was seeing DeAndre Hopkins go and then Deshaun go and then JJ Watt go. And I was like, well, there goes our whole team. So
buddy, I don't know if you knew this, but the Bears almost traded their number 1 pick to the Texans, but Carolina stepped their offer up. So you could have missed out on Bryce Young. I know that you just said that you kind of prefer CJ Stroud.
I don't like
is size the issue? What's going on?
No. I am going to make a prediction right now. It's kind of bold, but Bryce Young's a bust. We haven't seen him play in the NFL yet, but Bryce Young's a bust. And I'll tell you why. If you look at this past season alone, the UT game, they won by 1 point. If you're going to play an unranked University of Texas team, you need to do a lot better than 1 point wins. I mean, it's not only on him, but he's the leader of the offense. So that should say something.
Maybe. Oh, you're saying Alabama won by 1. I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad.
Alabama won by 1, but if you're leading that offense and you're playing an unranked Texas team, you need to put on a little bit more of a show than a 1 point win. Just going to put that out there. As well as an A&M team later on that was also unranked. They won by 4, but if you watch that game, he threw the ball directly to all the corners. There should have been 4 picks in that game, and he just lucked out because A&M corners can't catch. But I mean, I'm from Texas. I can say that.
Yeah.
I will defend them if any of you say that. I will defend them. But whatever. The 2 losses that we've seen against Tennessee and LSU, I believe, was the later one. But those 2 losses, on top of those close wins, I feel like he's not. If he can't play against that type of pressure, I don't think he can handle the NFL.
I see. I think it's tough because one player doesn't have anyone on the offense, and then CJ Stroud has the best wide receiving core in college football, and then 2 offensive linemen that are probably going to go day 1. So the talent differential there is huge. But I do agree there are definitely concerns with Bryce Young.
I agree with the receivers because I mean Ohio State. You see the jersey, Marvin Harrison. I mean he's going to go
blue.
The first wide receiver off the board next year. Hopefully JSN is the first one off this year. I think he deserves it. One of my buddies is losing his mind over Jordan Addison, and I don't think he's all that he's or talked up to be. But we'll see. But I really don't think Bryce Young is going to do that well. I mean, I said the same thing about Trevor Lawrence, mainly because I don't like Trevor Lawrence because he's stayed in the playoffs so many times. But with Bryce Young, I don't think he will live up to the hype.
Let's go ahead and dive in here a little bit deeper into the rumors really quick before Carolina's on the clock. So Roger Goodell says that progress is being made towards the sale of the Washington Commanders. The sale is expected to be next month. Several teams are contemplating trading up as high as 3 to draft Jalen Carter. So this is something to keep in mind as well. I mean, the Eagles already in play with that higher 3rd round pick, something to look at for sure. I don't know how much we gotta dive in there, but the Giants and Chiefs are, quote, heavy players for TCU wide receiver Quentin Johnston. Quentin Johnston and Patrick Mahomes would be pretty nice, I'm not going to lie, but I've been a huge advocate for Jordan Addison to the Giants. But clearly the Chiefs would probably have to jump the Giants if they do want to make that happen tonight. The Titans and Cardinals have gone into deep trade discussions about the number 3 overall pick. Negotiations don't include DeAndre Hopkins, from what I've heard, but I've also heard the complete opposite. So,
exactly.
To be completely honest, I mean, we can see relatively soon. Nick, you'll probably still be in here by the time that trade is up. So, keep in mind, though, to anybody listening that hasn't already heard, DeAndre Hopkins is expected to be dealt at some point today. So, I mean, just huge news. I mean, rumors flying everywhere. Lamar Jackson getting signed today. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, the commissioner is just seconds or maybe even a minute away from going on to the podium and announcing that the Panthers are on the clock. I'm getting chills right now. And it
I know,
because I got some sun today and I'm a little cold, but like, I mean, it's real. This is happening. And let me just state this as well really quick before I give one of you two the floor. Ben, this is the second straight year that we've gone to the scouting combine. We've seen every one of I've seen every one of these prospects perform at some way, shape, or form.
Mm-hmm.
This is personal to me, even more than last year, just because last year I wasn't there for the entire scouting combine.
Mm-hmm.
This year, I sat there throughout every single workout for the most part, as long as they'd let us stay. And now we get to see where these guys are going to end up, where their new homes are. And at this point, now this is officially, in my opinion, like this is the start of the 2023 to 2024 season. This is exactly where it goes. Some people say free agency, some people say the scouting combine. But at the end of the day, this is where we start to kind of pick and prod at the current rosters and start looking towards training camp as well. I want to say this really quick as well. We have 3 people in here watching live. Thank you very much for tuning into our draft show. There's plenty more to come. It is live. This is we haven't even had the first pick pop up yet. So if you guys have enjoyed our coverage so far of the rumors and our weekly coverage as well, please leave a like on the video. It helps a lot with algorithm and everything. We're trying really, really hard here to get out some great content to even more people who deserve it. Everybody knows we are some very passionate football fans, and we love to connect with more passionate football fans, hence why people like Nick Hughes is in here today. We love it. We have plenty more. We have 4 more guest lines up today. So please, please, please give us a like on this video so that more and more people can acknowledge that it's not just us that have phenomenal football knowledge, because these people need recognition as well.
Yes.
But yes, absolutely. Let's open up the floor here. Guys, what do you think of these rumors? I mean, dissect it. Let's hear it.
Nick, I'll let you go first if you'd like.
Well, I didn't know DeAndre Hopkins was looking to be dealt. So hearing that, if he came back to Houston, I mean, man, it was perfect. But I'm thinking, because I heard you say Chase Young, one of our other Ohio State guys, is wanting to be traded as well. Do we see Chase Young to Arizona and DeAndre over to Washington? What's going down there? But man, I don't know what to think of that.
What do you guys think that his approximate value is? I mean, he hasn't played a full season yet, you know?
His age is probably, yeah.
What do you say?
His age is probably 3rd round pick, I would guess, a 2nd or 3rd. Late 2nd, early 3rd would be my guess. That's what it seemed like it's been throughout this entire process. I think a 3rd round, I think probably a late 2nd round pick from someone would probably get it done. So it'll be interesting to see. But honestly, I think if they move out of that spot, like the rumors you said, I know he's not been included in those rumors. I think if they trade out of the 3rd spot, he'll probably end up going to whatever team trades into that 3rd spot for, the quarterback, whether that's Washington or Tennessee, as we've said. So it'll be interesting.
Yeah, for sure. I I was talking to, I think it was my dad or maybe it was my grandpa because I went golfing today with him. So we were talking about like a potential deal around Chase Young and what that would look like for the Bears, just because we're hardcore Bears fans and everything. And so basically what I said, basically for Chase Young, God dang it, JPA. So I'm looking at doing a pick swap in the first round. Okay. So that's all the way from
9 to 16.
9 to 16. Okay. And so from that, you're looking at not only that, you're looking at Chase Young. And I said we do a second round pick swap as well. So the Bears, they own picks, 53 and 61. So I said we would give them 61 for their 47. So we trade up in the second, they trade up in the first, and in exchange we get Chase Young as well, just because we have more leverage with the number 9. At the end of the day, I think one of these quarterbacks is going to fall, and Washington is in desperate need of that. And if not, there's going to be a corner that's going to be there as well. They need secondary help. If you guys have paid attention to any of our mock drafts as well, we mocked a corner to Washington, I believe. Out of the 7 mock drafts, I believe it was like maybe 6 or 7.
It was 6. It was 6. I think there was one where Will Levis slipped down to 16. Yeah. But besides that, I'm pretty sure it was 6 out of the 7 times.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, the thing is, I want to mute JPA right now just because they're spoiling the draft pick. But I don't want that right now. I literally just want.
Wait, are the Panthers officially on the clock?
They're not, but it's official who they're picking.
Is it?
There is. Okay. There is a leak, not as far as draft pick goes. It's not official, but it's more so a rumor. The Texans owner is stepping in and pushing for Texans to take Stroud at pick number 2. There's a lot of internal discussions ongoing, but Stroud at 2 will close a lot of doors on the Cardinals' potential trade at 3. So, not cool. I mean, who knows, honestly. I'm hoping that the Cardinals trade out just because, is he coming on? Is the commissioner officially on?
He's about to say they're on the clock.
Sorry, Siri just popped up on my screen.
No.
Anyways, so
as he's walking out, Nick, what would your reaction be if you guys don't end up taking a quarterback and you guys end up taking one of the pass rushers, whether that's Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson?
I wouldn't want it because if you look at the roster already, we already have veteran pass rushers. I mean, they're not stellar. I will say that they need to improve a little bit. And I mean, if they were a little bit younger, that'd be great too.
No J. Watt.
Do what?
It's no JJ Watt. But,
no, I mean, you can't replace JJ Watt. But you can't replace Jadeveon Clowney either, and then they traded him too. So there's another prime example of the Texans being stupid and trading away prime players that you need in your whatever. I'll still be a diehard Texans fan, but man, do we make dumb decisions. But no, I would want a quarterback for sure. I think Davis Mills can be solid, but a solid backup. I don't see him being the franchise quarterback into the future. They need to find somebody new. I mean, I know he's only had like 1 or 2 seasons, but what's he done? So he needs to be replaced. I do say he's a solid backup, one that will be like I will say Josh McCown because Josh McCown went to everybody, but one of those consistent backups that can really be valuable to your team, like Jimmy Garoppolo, who can possibly be a starter, but when you back him up with somebody great, you build him up.
Yeah. The other rumor too surrounding the Texans as well is the thought process. You guys take one of those top tier pass rushers at say 2, JSN at 12, but then one I saw floating around was like trading a 4th round pick for Trey Lance because you don't want it at all. You're not for that at all.
I'm not for Trey Lance because I'd say Trey Lance situation is the same as the Bryce Young situation. You draft him early, he's a bust. Because now I'm gonna make the same argument. You see what Trey Lance did? Yeah, I know he got hurt. But what did he do in the games that he did play? He didn't do much.
No.
He was just kind of there. He was just like the eye candy, if you will, for the offense behind Deebo Samuel. And, now they have Christian McCaffrey, who's a stud when he's healthy. But Trey Lance hasn't really done anything either. I know there's still more time for him to develop, but I don't want Trey Lance. And that's kind of what I was comparing the Bryce Young situation to, is like they're going to take him early, hope that he can be something, and then he'll bust and either get hurt or just not produce or whatever. So no, I don't want Trey Lance.
I have heard rumors that Trey Lance could be going to Minnesota as well, so something to.
And then there goes your stock on Justin Jefferson. I mean, who's going to throw him the ball? Who's going to get him the ball? If you can't get the ball there, who's maybe I don't draft him on my fantasy team next year.
Carolina Panthers are officially on the clock. For anybody that cannot watch the draft live, what is going on right now? The Chiefs, being Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, the entirety of their offense from last season, apparently. They came out onto the stage with the Lombardi Trophy. So Ben, probably happy that you didn't see that. And they just kind of flaunted it around and everything like that, just because they were on they were the Super Bowl winning team. But guys, the NFL draft has officially started. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock. I already know what the pick is.
I do too. I do too.
The pick's Bryce Young. It's Bryce Young.
Way to spoil it for poor Nick.
We're announcing it.
I assumed, honestly.
Yeah.
You see it everywhere. I was going to say, I bet it's Bryce Young, but good for them. Ruin your team some more. Why don't you?
I hope you're right, because in that case, I mean, the Bears would end up getting a higher draft pick if you're right. So, who knows?
There you go.
So, I mean, looking at the Panthers as well, their roster right now doesn't look the greatest. But, I mean, your quarterback room looks not that great either. Matt Corral, Andy Dalton, Jacob Eason, and now Bryce Young is going to be the newest quarterback. So, I mean, ultimately, I don't know. So a lot of people have said that the Panthers can make the playoffs, but the record says otherwise. I don't know. Dangerous.
Well, you say the record plays otherwise, but down the stretch of last year, when they actually had someone to step in that could actually coach a half-decent team, unlike Matt Rule, they played games very, very close. And it's just a matter of if Bryce Young is who the Panthers think they are, or if Bryce Young's who Nick thinks he's going to be. Because if he's anything like who Nick thinks they're going to be, they're going to fail. They're going to flop. And that's absolutely a possibility. But if he lives up to number one overall performance year one, they absolutely could. And I don't think it's a matter of how well their team plays. It's a matter of the division that they're in. Because that division is wide open. The Bucs look like they're going to stink this year. The Saints, and we don't even have to get into the Saints. Sorry, Matt.
It's not good.
And then the Falcons. Who knows what the Falcons? Rumors of the Falcons love Bijan, which would be mind blowing to me. I think Bijan's the number one player in this class. I'm a Bijan stan, but they have way bigger needs. And if they take Bijan at 8, it would be stupid. You drafted Tyler Algier in I think the 3rd round last year.
Who's solid? And you have Cordero Patterson.
Exactly. So for them to draft Bijan at 8 would be absolutely stupid. And that's kind of the Panthers' thought process here is, wow, this division isn't very good. They want to step in and at least try to take the division. So we'll see.
So my question to you would be in that case. So let's say the Eagles don't trade down somehow miraculously. Jalen Carter and Bijan Robinson are both on the clock.
Jalen.
At 10. You're taking Jalen over Bijan?
Jalen. Absolutely. I'm a Bijan guy. I'm a Bijan stand. Bijan's my favorite player in this entire class.
Yeah.
I'm taking Jalen. I think Jalen, take out all of the concerns you have, which is really, really hard to do. He has played like the best player in the class. He reminds me of Quinnen Williams. That's how good he is. And with you losing Hargrave, yes. And the plan there at that point is draft Carter at 10 and get Jahmyr Gibbs at 30.
Yeah.
And the thing that you kind of we touched on before, but it's finally been reported, there are some teams in this class that believe that when it's all said and done 10 years from now, that Jahmyr Gibbs might be the best player in this class. Well, I think that's absolutely crazy. That goes to show you, and like I said when I broke down the running back class for all of our listeners, Jahmyr Gibbs in most classes is the number one back. But Bijan is just Bijan, and I can't stress this enough, is a generational talent. But Nick, you seemed like you had an opinion on Bijan and Carter.
Jalen Carter. I would not take Jalen Carter. If I were a GM, I would not want to even consider Jalen Carter, strictly because of the off-field issues.
Yeah. Yes.
Because you like you mentioned, because you said you'd have to ignore all the off-field issues that he's had already. Seeing history with NFL players, once they get the contract, once they get that big name and they're on a big name team, their ego skyrockets. So the fact that he's already got so many off-field issues, I don't see that slowing down, and I don't see it changing at all. I see it getting magnified, and that there's going to be a little bit more kind of issues, if you will, in the first year, maybe first 2 years. So I wouldn't want Jalen Carter because I feel like he's got already a liability.
Yeah.
I would take Bijan if I were the Eagles at 10. If he's still sitting there, take him. I mean, he would be a great addition to an already stacked offense.
Yes.
So on that line too, bro. Give him Rookie of the Year already. Like just
exactly
the season, just give it to him. Like they're winning already. So that's my take. I wouldn't want Jalen on the team at all.
For anybody that's infatuated with fantasy football as much as my family is, the fact that Bijan Robinson hasn't even been drafted yet, and he is a surefire top 5 fantasy draft pick. That should tell you something. Especially, I mean, I don't know. I think Bijan right now is going to wipe the last 4. Okay, so the last 4 running backs that were picked first in their respective drafts: Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Well, you got Breece Hall, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Najee Harris, and Josh Jacobs. Absolutely, Bijan Robinson.
Generational talent. Like, I can't stress it enough. Like you said, I've pounded the table for this dude. Like I've said it, and it's a hot take because again, there's a class with Bryce Young. This class has Will Anderson. People are higher on Tyree Wilson than what I am. Yeah. And to say that he's the best player in this class as a running back really should show you guys. Like, again, I mean, for our listeners who's listening, I'm assuming at least some of the 4 people that are in here right now have listened to the podcast beforehand. I can't stress it enough. I've said it throughout this entire draft process. Any team that takes Bijan is getting a stud. There's no such thing as a safe pick. He's the closest thing to a safe pick there is because the dude is just so good. Ryan, did something happen?
No, you sent me something on Instagram and I just saw it.
Oh, gotcha.
So the pick is in officially. So, I mean, it hasn't officially been announced yet on the podium. Everybody knows. Yeah, everybody knows. They were already previewing Bryce Young over literally anybody. I'm very interested. Okay, so Nick, with you being a Texans fan, right? First off, you've got to be nervous right now because, I mean, since the pick's already in, what's going to happen? But if they don't go Stroud, right, what's your thoughts on Will Anderson?
We just had this conversation.
He's a good player, but I don't know if I want to take him. I don't want Will Levis. I've seen Will Levis go through. I don't know why anybody's considering Will Levis at 2 because you have so many more quarterbacks. Even Anthony Richardson, I would take over Will Levis. Now that's saying something because I mean I don't whatever, but I would not.
Texans are on the clock now, by the way, but
I don't know about Will Anderson. I think he's too much of a hothead.
The commissioner is walking on up to the podium, and it is officially Bryce Young.
Wow. I'm so surprised. All right. So from here on out, I'm going to ask this to Ryan. I'm going to ask this for everyone else who's in the comments, not that people in the comments would spoil anything at all. If you guys know the picks ahead of time, do not comment about what the picks are or anything until we fully announce it for people that are listening. Don't comment stuff. Don't spoil it for the listeners, especially for someone like me and someone like someone like me and someone like Nick who aren't on Twitter to spoil these picks. So just avoid doing that, please.
So my dad's coming in and commenting. What's up, Dad? How are you? Can't take Levis number 1. He eats banana peels, just not right. Yeah, that makes sense. He's also yeah. I got to say this really quick. So me and my uncle, I believe this was our New Year's party for the family. We have discussed Bryce Young and Will Levis, obviously before the Super Bowl and everything. And I said that Will Levis is going to have a better rookie season than Bryce Young.
Priority.
And so the consensus in my family was that I'm nuts and that this isn't going to happen. Like, this is ridiculous, blah, blah, blah. So looking more into it today, right, and just thinking about it, so Levis, right, obviously falling down the board as far as prospect level goes, because earlier, back in January, you're looking at a top 3 pick for Levis, whereas right now, not as much. With that, you're looking at teams that are more advanced in the rebuild process, or just franchises that are more prepared to win now than somebody like the Carolina Panthers. And so right now, I mean, obviously the Panthers could potentially have, a better record. You have to look at statistics and who's going to finish better statistically. And that's why I say Levis is going to finish better, because let's say that the Commanders don't trade out of their spot and they end up drafting Levis then. Walking into Curtis Samuel, Terry McLaurin, very, very solid wide receiver room. I believe Jahan Dotson, right? He got drafted there. That's a very good wide receiver core, along with a couple pass catching running backs that can do it as well. Obviously that would be a good spot for him. So I'm still standing on my pick. And by the way, just a little $20 side bet with family, nothing harmful. I think that this is something that I'm firmly standing on, and I'm totally okay with that. So, Dad, when you're listening to this, yes, absolutely standing on it. And I might kick myself when I listen back to this next year. Who knows?
Well, I'm with you. As you've known since the beginning of even the draft process last year, since August of last year, I've been a Will Levis guy. And when it's all said and done, I do think Bryce Young will probably be the better player. I probably think he's going to be.
I'm not going to spoil it for Nick, but I know it.
I probably think he's going to be the better player, Bryce Young, but I do think that Will Levis will step in and have a better year just because he played in the pro style offense. He's used to it. It's not something that he's going to have to learn versus more collegey offense. So,
my dad's stepping in as far as the conversation goes and says, well, there's obvious Alabama bias from our family as well. So the pick is in. The commissioner has yet to come up and announce it as well. I'm sure we're going to get one more commercial break before it actually happens. But yes, absolutely. I'm gonna be that guy, and I'm totally gonna stress Nick out and just not say it. Unlike what I did with the first pick.
Stress me out, bro. I just want Stroud. I don't want them to do anything stupid. But it's the Texans, bro. It's what they're known for. They're known for trading away good players. They're known for taking someone awful when they can get someone good. Yeah. What your dad said, Young doesn't have to throw to anymore. That was gonna be my next question. What does their wide receiver room look like in Carolina? DJ gone. So where do they have?
Let me tell you.
Okay. I just got the notification on Bleacher Report from what it was. I need to put Bleacher Report on. This doesn't spoil anything. Ryan, if the draft continues the way that it is right now, it's playing beautiful.
Absolutely.
That's all I'm saying for the both of us. But I'm going to be honest with you. I really hope you guys take Peter. So Peter's not on the board for the Eagles.
but
okay,
we'll see.
Nick, to answer your question, their wide receiver core: Damiere Byrd, DJ Chark, Terrace Marshall Jr., CJ Souders, Laviska Shenault Jr., Shi Smith, Adam Thielen, Preston Williams, and Derek Wright. Their tight ends.
In Carolina now?
What's that?
Adam Thielen's in Carolina?
Yes. Minnesota released him.
I've missed so much.
Their tight ends: Hayden Hurst from Cincy, Ian Thomas, and Steven Sullivan. And then obviously, I mean, their running backs, Miles Sanders, Chuba Hubbard, whatever. So I mean, nothing really crazy for the Panthers for Bryce Young to be set up with. But yeah, the pick is in. Waiting for the commissioner to come out and announce it for you. Literally about to happen right now. Here we go. So
please don't be someone stupid. Just throw me a bone here.
You can announce it when you hear it.
CJ Stroud, let's go. Okay, I'm happy with that because I think he can be a. Now we need go get him a receiver. Just get a receiver.
That works out perfect for you because you know who could potentially be there at 12? Jackson Smith and Jigba. You could reunite them in Texas. I've said this before in our mock drafts. I've actually mocked it a couple times. I love that for you. I think that would be a beautiful thing to happen for Houston, especially after the whole Brandon Cooks thing. Wow, though. I mean, CJ Stroud, his Wonderlic test ending. I think that was Justin Fields back there. That could have been. I don't know. I'm not sure if that was or not. Maybe it was to congratulate him. Anyways, so CJ, 18% on his Wonderlic. I mean, not huge at all. That's a terrible, terrible score. But he said, not a test taker. I'm here to play football. And he earned himself the number 2 overall pick. This is interesting. Ben picks in CJ Stroud.
Yep.
Nick's happy about it. JSN could potentially be there
JSN
at 12.
At 12's a lock. If JSN is there at 12,
it's got to happen.
He's there.
So, Nick, your point of view then, as far as, what could happen. Let me look here as far as the draft cast. I
need the Eagles to trade up here, man. Ryan, any break again? All my notifications for any app I could think of is turned off right now. Because I hate when Twitter's
any trades I will announce.
Even if in the middle of a conversation, say hey, and step in. Don't even let the conversation finish.
Dude, Nick, I hope to God your Texans pick up JSN. Okay, the Packers are at 13. There's a chance. I've heard rumors that the Packers could potentially trade up as well. This is how it's going to fall down. I'm going to read off who is standing right now could, who's drafting as of right now, who's scheduled to draft in what order. I want you to tell me who you want at 12 following this. So Cardinals, Colts, Seahawks, Lions, Raiders, Falcons, Bears, Eagles, Titans. So what are you thinking here? I mean, do you think JSN is the surefire dream scenario for you? I mean, who are you wanting here at 12?
Bijan.
Bijan Robinson.
Well, if Bijan's there, for sure. I mean, why wouldn't you want him? But we just drafted a running back last draft in Dameon Pierce. I was going to make that point with the Panthers too. I heard you say Matt Corral or Matt Corral or however you say his last name.
Yeah.
In last year's draft, why would you take another quarterback this year if you drafted him last year having faith in him? Give him a shot. He didn't start that much last year, I don't think.
Right.
Give him a shot. Why take him? That makes no sense to me. But that's besides the point. The Panthers are going to mess up their organization. I'll let them do that.
So Cardinals are on the clock. Just under 4 minutes.
I don't think they'll trade out at this point.
No. I want JSN, though, at 12. If he's there, take him. Don't trade that pick. Because now that you have CJ Stroud, like you said, Ryan, if JSN's there, just reunite them because you've seen what they've done at Ohio State. Unbiased.
Yeah.
But, if he's there, take him. because that's going to be stellar for your offense.
My dad doesn't like CJ Stroud's suit. He
I
says
don't know
that
what
it looks like
looks
bird
like.
poops all over him. It's blue, but it's
I like
got
the
like
chain.
white towards
I
the
respect
bottom.
the chain, the drip.
I do like the
mine's
chain.
not as big as his, but
Right.
I
hope the
man.
trend continues. It would be huge if the Cardinals traded
I'm
out of this spot
expecting
for a team.
Yeah.
I honestly I'm expecting the Colts to probably move up here and get whoever their guy is. But
just not Paris. Please don't be Paris.
I need it to be Paris more than anything. If it's Paris, it's huge for me because that means Paris is off the board. That means there's going to be one of the top 3 edge rushers on the board, hopefully. And that leaves Peter as the only tackle on the board for you guys to take. And I would love for you guys
Darnell
to take
Wright.
Peter, and I don't have to deal with it.
I would rather the Bears. Yes. Oh my God. So at number 3, the Arizona Cardinals are trading with the Texans. Nick, you were on the podcast for both picks. The Texans are trading up per Ian Rappaport.
You're going to get Will Anderson or oh, no way.
No way.
They're going to get one of their guys.
Holy
one of the edge
crap.
rushers.
Okay.
What did
Waiting
they
for the
wait, what'd they trade though? What'd they trade?
Waiting
12.
for the compensation.
12. It was 12 for 3, and then obviously
Paris can still be on the board. Okay.
Oh no, that
It's
means they
still
traded all the
possible.
way back to 12. Gosh, I love it, man. But I'm wondering to see what it is.
Let's go. Come on.
Now, wait, because you said that they
The
traded.
Texans are draft. Do you want me to tell you who they're drafting? I almost blurted it out.
No, I want to see that. But if I'm going to say big if DeAndre Hopkins is in this trade, big if. But if DeAndre Hopkins is in this trade, pairing him up with CJ Stroud, and then potentially getting another receiver down the line. Yeah, there's a thing on my screen. Trade alert. What is it?
What's
What do
the
you say?
compensation? Give me the compensation.
Give me the details, bro. Oh my god.
That's insane.
Oh my goodness, dude, that's wild. Oh
Ben,
my
did you see
goodness.
who they're picking?
Wait,
Yes, I did.
they
I
didn't
did.
tell me anything. It just said there was a trade between the Cardinals and the Texans, and it didn't give me any details.
It's Ryan. I will say. I'm not going to say this on the podcast. Never mind. Let's be
Dude, this is ridiculous.
This
The
is
Texans
insane.
are pulling off some moves, man.
Dude, Texans are going nuts. That's huge.
That's
Wow.
huge. Okay. So
Okay, wait. It might pop up. Don't tell me yet.
yeah. Oh, is he walking out?
I'm still watching the screen. They're making a phone call.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the Texans draft room, which looks nothing spectacular.
This doesn't spoil the pick at all. Obviously, the Texans aren't taking a quarterback here at 3.
Dude,
So the
it looks
question
like a
now-
Planet Fitness locker room.
So the question now, Ryan, is Colts are on the board here at 4. Obviously, they have 2 guys to choose from.
I trade back.
You trade back.
I trade back. Absolutely. I call Oakland or not Oakland. I would
The
trade
Eagles?
back to Vegas and see Cardinals. Okay. Cardinals get 12, 33, a
So
first in
close.
2024, a
Holy
third in
moly.
2024. Texans get number 3 and 105. Wow.
So Nick, you guys traded 12, your second this year, and your first next year to move up to 3. That's a
and a
whole
2024
lot.
third. And a
And a
2024
third next year as well. So a 1 and a 2, a 1 and a 3 is what you guys gave
They
up.
should have asked for more. I don't know why they don't ask for more.
Number 3 had to been. Oh my gosh! And you don't get DeAndre Hopkins. That's ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Ask for DeAndre. Why would you
Nick-
ask for more if you're trading a first round
Nick,
pick
you can
next
announce
year?
the pick.
He's about. You gonna say it or not? Say it out. Will Anderson. Okay.
Wow.
Whoa, that's
You
interesting.
walk away from the draft with C.J. Stroud and Will
And
Anderson.
Will Anderson. That's very,
That
very good.
is a catch.
I will say, your Texans, Nick, biggest smoke screen. No one would have thought that CJ was going number 2. For the last month, everyone thought for sure CJ wasn't going there. So, I mean, they operated one of the bigger smoke screens to be pulled off in the last few years. So it worked out very well.
That's unbelievable. That's crazy.
The only thing I don't like about it is that JSN isn't available now. Because we can't. What are we gonna do? Trade again? Like, you can't really do anything about that. But also, I was gonna say a side note.
Oh, I will say I didn't think about this. So I was gonna say you guys gave up a lot, but you guys also own Cleveland's first round pick next year as well. So you guys still have a first round pick next year. So it'll be interesting to see if you guys gave up your first round pick next year or Cleveland's first round pick next year.
I will do a deep dive and try and find that out for you.
No one knows yet. I'm on social media trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Awesome. So I mean, the Colts are on the clock. Nick, let's get your closing statement. I mean, this is huge for you, buddy. I'm very excited for you. What are your thoughts? Because I know you've got family. I know, you'd like to go and spend some time with your girlfriend as well. Let me know how you're feeling.
Well, she's in the other room. She didn't want to listen to football, so I was like, okay, you can go do your thing, watch TikTok. But no, this is a very interesting draft so far. I mean, you still have more draft picks later on, but I don't know how I feel about Will Anderson yet. I love the CJ Stroud pick. That's ideal. I mean, obviously, Buckeyes take CJ Stroud. I love when my teams get somebody that's from Ohio State, but Will Anderson.
Ryan, I need you to chill with your reaction, bud. I'm sorry, Nick.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I saw him put his hands up. Like, what happened?
The pick's in. I know it.
Is it Will? Oh, you're happy because it's not Paris Johnson, right?
I'm happy. Yeah, it's not Paris Johnson. I will say the Colts have officially got their quarterback of the future.
If I had to guess, it's probably Will Levis.
My guess is Will Levis as well, but
But that's not their quarterback of the future.
I'm a Will
Levis. Their quarterback
fan.
for the next month.
I like Will Levis. I don't think he played in an offense that was ideal. Like, no one can name a single wide receiver starting offensive line for Kentucky. And their offensive coordinator called the plays was just absolutely – Ryan, I need you to chill. What is this about, bud?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. It's okay.
We'll
find out soon enough.
Oh, I know what it is because the bet you placed. I know what it is because the bet you placed.
Yeah. Well, yes. So, yeah.
No. We made a promise we weren't going to spoil it until the pick is in, Ryan.
No, this draft's crazy.
It is. The Colts made the right decision.
It's only pick 4 and it's already crazy.
Yes, the Colts made the right decision.
This is perfect. I will say, I mean, really quick. Okay, so yeah, the pick's in. I already marked it. Cool.
Ryan,
wow.
Hear me out here. I saw this crazy thing on Eagles Twitter. It's absolutely not going to happen, and I know for certainty it's not going to happen. But I saw someone saying the Eagles trade their 30th pick this year, 62, 66, and their first next year to trade up with, like, let's say the Vegas to get Carter at 7 and then take Bijan at 10. You leave the first round with Carter and Bijan, I would and to your point, the Carter to your point thing, Nick. The Carter off the field stuff is a huge issue, but if there's any locker room in the whole NFL that can deal with locker room issues, it's the Eagles. They're a veteran team. They have a very, very solid locker room culture. But like you said, it's a scary, scary thing to take that on. And I know a lot of people are out. I'm pretty sure Ryan is even out on Carter because of the off the field.
Well, it's huge to think about. But then if Vegas takes him, it'll be another person to go down in the books as having off-field problems. Henry Ruggs being one of those players. Like, you see what happened there. Like, it's just a Vegas thing. So if he goes to Vegas, you already know what's going to happen because it's known to happen in Vegas. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Yeah. So, Nick, it's been a pleasure. We got to have you on the show at some point again. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Congratulations on your new quarterback and edge rusher of the future.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens.
We'll keep in touch. Thank you very much for coming on the show, man.
for sure. See ya.
All right. Have a good night.
Thank you, Nick.
Awesome.
And,
so yes.
And real quick, guys, before we move on, as you guys both know, me and Ryan are both not currently 21 yet. You guys hear us talking about betting. It's friendly bets we make between each other. We don't condone underage betting. Please don't do that. That is illegal for reasons. We don't condone that, obviously. So just keep that in mind.
Nothing wrong with a little $5 bet between me and Ben. That's it.
Yes.
So,
like I said, guys, it'll make a little bit more sense as to why I bet the way I did with Ryan here when this pick is in. Has the pick came in yet?
The commissioner is on the podium right now.
Okay.
Anthony Richardson, quarterback from Florida.
Almost certain it was Will Levis. I thought it was going to be. Okay. Whew, I need Tyree Wilson to go here. Oh,
I doubt it. So the report is that Tyree Wilson's stock is falling down because of his injury history. But I mean, Anthony Richardson, he put on one heck of a show.
Yes, he did.
Ian Rappaport tweeting out, "The phones are ringing in Seattle. ..
Yes. Oh yeah, baby. Boom, boom.
We see a trade up from Philly,
dude. I'm telling you, that is the reason we got pick 66 or 66, so we can trade 62. I will trade 10 and 62 to move up 5 spots. No doubt I would take that, and it would be wild. Oh,
that can't be it though.
Yeah,
I mean,
a first
no
and a
way.
second to move up 5 spots.
I'm thinking, I mean, to stay competitive. I mean, that Cardinals trade was ridiculous, man. I'm thinking you're giving up 31 for sure, or 30 for sure.
I don't want to give up 30 and 5 to move.
That's
up.
pretty close.
10 and 30 to move up 5 spots. But the difference is you're jumping teams that would have already had offers to take a quarterback. Unless a team is absolutely in love with Levis, which the Titans very well could be.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
So, I mean, I called it. Okay. So in the group chat, I text us, both, oh man, I called it. I said, and I believe I even said it on the podcast, but maybe not. Anthony Richardson is just the perfect fit for Indianapolis with the new head coach.
Yes.
New head coach being the former offensive coordinator from Philly. It just makes too much sense. And the Will Levis was basically just a smokescreen. I don't think it was a very good one, but hey, I think, he put on one heck of a show at Lucas Oil, and he's going to continue to do that. I'm excited to see the Richardson and Pittman connection. One heck of a deal, though, really quick. I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Seahawks do here. At the end of the day, Levis is available. I mean, are the phones ringing because of Levis?
Yeah,
because we're seeing
because of Levis and because of the Eagles. I guarantee you, if he gets past this pick and the Lions pick, you guys heard it here first. If he gets past this pick and the Lions pick, the Eagles will trade up either to 7 or 8 and get Jalen Carter. I promise you.
So
I promise you.
It's time that I make it known exactly who I want for the Bears to pick at 9. In the midst of everything. I think that this is a good time to do it just in case. Paris Johnson is number 1 easily. And this is if they continue slotted at 9. I created a whole list regarding, what I would like. So let's see. So obviously long shot, Will Anderson, Tyree Wilson, but Paris Johnson, Bijan Robinson, Jackson Smith and Jigba, maybe Peter Skoronski at that.
I need you guys to take Peter. It would be huge for like that's your list. I'm literally okay with anyone we end up picking as long as it's not Lucas Van Ness. Yeah. I don't want Lucas Van Ness. I'd be excited about a few players. Peter I'd be okay with. Like I wouldn't be mad about it. Like the only player I would have a visceral reaction to is Lucas Van Ness. But I'm okay with a lot. But obviously, there's players I want. So
I'd be happy with these names after a trade. You're looking at Miles Murphy, Broderick Jones, Darnell Wright, maybe Lucas Van Ness. Deep trade back targets, so like into the 20s. Looking at John Michael Schmitz, DeJuan Jones, Anton Harrison, Jahmyr Gibbs, and Jordan Addison. But I specifically don't want Jalen Carter, Kalijah Cansey, tight ends, or defensive backs. You know what? I'll say this, though. Jalen Carter is such a bittersweet feeling for me.
Mm-hmm.
I think right now I'd be like, I don't know. You know, I'd be like, you know.
Some steam that I've heard that has picked up a little bit over the course of the last hour here on NFL Twitter, though, is if Witherspoon doesn't get taken at
6,
the Bears are at least somewhat interested with him at 9.
At least somewhat. Okay, I could see that. What
would your reaction be in 40 minutes when the Bears pick rolls around and the pick is in and it's Witherspoon?
I don't like it. Don't pick a corner right now. There's a lot of good talent.
And this is taking forever because there's a trade going to happen.
I was going to say, yes, that was my next point. So the Seahawks are really ticking down to like literally the last second. There's a minute 15 left on the clock as far as ESPN goes. My TV is behind about, 25 seconds. So I'm a little bit of a delay. But as far as that goes, I mean, likelihood of a trade is increasing the longer that the Seahawks take this. But according to Ian Rappaport, the Seahawks are at number 5 are actually making the pick. So this is official. The pick is in.
I don't. Are you on Twitter?
No, I did not see it. The pick is in. It updated on ESPN first before anything.
If you know the pick, just tell me if I'm going to be happy or not.
Okay.
If you don't look, if you don't want to look, that's totally okay.
I almost don't want to look. I mean, like,
that's why
I'm tempted. That's Ben.
Fine.
I'm focused in on you. Focused in on you. You see this? I'm focused in on you.
Locked in.
Look at me looking at you. You know what I mean? Just look at me looking at you.
I'm looking at you, looking at me, looking at you, looking at me.
Yes. And you're looking at me. Well, what are we talking about? Okay.
I'm
so
looking at you, looking
Ian
at
Rappaport just
me looking at you.
I'm happy that we just did that whole thing, whatever that was, because I saw the little tweet pop up, but I didn't look at it because I was busy looking at you, looking at me, looking at you. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That was a doozy. So, all right, Seahawks. Tyree Wilson's been reported that that's like the fit, throughout the entire draft season.
Yes.
So, I mean, I'm hoping that's it.
Screens. I would love for that to be it. I mean, we've seen how smoke screens have been pulled off, though. I mean, we've already seen it with pick 4. Everyone thought that Will Levis was the guy at pick 4. Mm-hmm. Everyone thought that it was going to be Will Anderson or Tyree Wilson at pick 2. Everyone thought that.
We've heard anything about, Jalen Carter being picked within the next 2 picks. Vegas apparently took them off the board, but at the same exact time, they went and had a meeting. So this is prime Jalen Carter area. This is the section in which he can be picked. And if he's not picked within these next 3 picks between 5, 6, and 7, that's when we're going to see some issues. The pick's in. The commissioner is walking up to – oh, wait, hold on.
Oh, my heart's going to drop, man.
He's not walking up there just yet.
My heart's going to drop, though, I think.
Dude, the ESPN app isn't even updated yet. So, like, they might be in – I might be caught up. No way. I just spoiled it. Anyways. I'm not going to say anything, though, until the commissioner is – wow, that's crazy. Oh.
Is it Levis? Oh, no, you're –
No. So, the commissioner is walking up to the podium. With the 5th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, cornerback.
Whoa! No way, brother. Oh, no. That means they're going no.
That means Jalen Carter could be a Detroit Lion now.
Jalen Carter will be a Detroit Lion. Oh, wow.
Dear God.
Wow, there's the first shocker of the draft there.
Okay, so things are getting crazy. Now, at this point, why not trade back if you're Detroit? Why not trade back?
Because there are guys. Trade back to 10. You can get Christian Gonzalez. Okay, maybe not. You might have to worry about Vegas taking a corner.
I might be biased and I might be scared, but I'm trading back if I'm Detroit. The comments. Let's see.
Oh, that's my uncle.
It says Illinois. Yes. So. Oh, okay. First off, let me just say this. I'm very happy that the Illinois kid didn't go to Detroit. Okay, that's awesome because he's pretty good, and that was scary.
Pretty good. Yeah.
Does Gonzo go to?
Gonzo could go to Detroit. Gonzo could go to Detroit. I'd be pumped. It's picking up recently though. Gonzo's going to 10. If Gonzo's at 10, he was my number 2. He's my number number 2 on my tier list for my guys. So I'd be more than happy with Gonzo at 2 as well, or at 10.
Okay, so they've got to be fielding some kind of calls, right? And I'm looking at, or just at least thinking about why didn't the Seahawks commit to that yet? You know what I mean?
Well, they must have not gotten a call that they believe that. Obviously, they ran down the clock for till the last minute because they obviously at least had to have had the discussion with teams. My guess is they didn't have an offer that they liked.
And Witherspoon could be gone at Detroit too, and they know that.
Yes. And my guess is they didn't have an offer that they liked, and obviously Witherspoon is their guy.
Yeah.
And if Witherspoon hits, we could see the next Legion of Boom.
Potentially, yeah. And I want to say this as well.
Mm-hmm.
I was sitting here thinking, did I see Witherspoon test? And no, he didn't. Little fun fact. It's crazy because he didn't test. But even crazier, Jalen Carter is still on the board after 5 picks, which, was kind of expected. But, oh, my gosh. I'm having mixed feelings here, Ben. I'll be completely honest with you. So like we said before, I'm not a fan of the Bears picking up Carter. But what I will say is this. I'll be very bittersweet if they do. I expect the Eagles to trade up at that point, but I'm very surprised if they do pick Carter. I'll be a little bittersweet, but at the end of the day, tomorrow I'll probably be like, Jalen Carter's going to be a beast. Just wait for him and Travis Gibson or something like that. I don't know.
Jalen Carter's going to be so very good.
Jalen Carter in that defense. Oh, boy. Arizona is trading up to number 6 per sources.
Oh!
No. Do not tell me.
Paris!
Oh, do not tell me.
Oh, please, Lord.
Do not tell me that Paris Johnson's about to go off the board right now.
Dude, and this is so tough right now because right now you were rooting for the guy I want at 10, and I'm rooting for the guy you want at 9. So...
Dude,
I don't know. Of all things, why is it tight and what it should be fidgeting with?
What's the compensation? God, I love the draft.
Exactly. Dude, no one throughout this entire process. In the final mock, I had Deonte Banks going to 20 with them with the 20th pick there for the Seahawks. No one throughout this entire process even mentioned Devin Witherspoon at 5.
Wow. Detroit's going to end up getting number 12 and 34 from the Cardinals.
They must love someone. But that's also...
I've heard the Paris Johnson.
And that's my thing. That's 6 picks that they jumped. The Eagles absolutely, for 3 picks, can give up 62.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely.
6 for 12 and 34. So it's a first round pick swap and the third overall pick in the second round. That's huge. Oh my dear Lord.
Most movement we've seen in the top 10 in a very
This
long
is
time.
Ridiculous, bro. This is
most
crazy.
Of the time we don't see movement like this in the top 10. We see movement, but on draft day, You usually don't see it like that. Yeah, the Lions wanted Witherspoon.
No!
Yes! Your reactions means it was Paris. Oh, your reaction means it was Paris. Your reaction means it was Paris. Oh.
Paris Johnson is a Cardinal.
I'm sorry for our listeners who we just spoiled it a little bit for. Paris Johnson, the Ohio State tackle. Mind you, the tackle that I had number 1 ranked on my board going into the offseason last year. Once the draft was done, Paris Johnson was my guy. So I would love to see him go number 6.
Do not pick Peter.
I'm hoping I want the Bears to succeed. I know probably the most of the people in here.
Polls, get on the phone. Polls, get on the phone. Start trading back. Start trading back right now. Start trading back right now. I'm out. I don't want anything else. Bijan could potentially be there later. Trade back.
Bijan's going
unless it's for like,
dude.
Oh dear God. We just traded for DJ Moore.
Next pick. Bijan's going pick 8, I think. We'll see.
Oh,
He's odds on. He's Vegas usually is right about this stuff. Bijan, the Falcons are the odds on favorite to get Bijan at pick 8. So,
but why? That makes no sense.
The closer we get to time with Jalen Carter, the more I'm thinking if Carter's not on the board there, it's Bijan at 10. And if it's Bijan or Carter, I'm jumping through the ceiling. I mean, it's funny because I was having a conversation with Mary, my girlfriend, for our listeners, and she was like, don't be extra for a pick if you don't like it. She's like, don't be extra to be extra. And I said, I won't be extra to be extra. But if it's a pick I like, you better bet I'm going to be extra. So, and then for those who were with us throughout the entire process, and Ryan, I had to explain to her how last year, when we took Jordan Davis, how I had to step away for a second and take a breather because I couldn't be on live because of how much I disliked the pick.
Dude, the Cardinals just fleeced the Texans in that sense because they ended up getting the same exact person that they wanted, and all they gave up was a 2nd-round pick. But they got a 1st and they got a 4th, and let's see. Yeah. But what's interesting is that the Lions pick before number 13, which is owned by the Packers, and the Lions are in desperate need of a wide receiver following the suspensions of majority of their wide receiver room and Jameson Williams. I mean, let me just say this. I think it would be beautiful if, and I understand it's still a division rival, but if JSN could go to Detroit instead of Green Bay for some reason, I'd be totally okay with that.
He reminds me so much of Amon-Ra St. Brown watching him play.
Yeah. So just what's better than one Amon-Ra St. Brown? 2 Amon-Ra St. Browns. So like,
okay. Like as you guys
Raiders are on the clock.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So, let's pick 7, 8, and 9. 3 more picks until my team's on the board. That's 2 more picks until Ryan's team's on the board. As it is right now, a team like the Eagles could trade up with these guys or the Falcons. The Bears could trade back if Paris was their guy. Maybe Peter's their guy. We'll see. And honestly, my thing, though, more than anything, is if the Bears take Peter at 9, it is because they believe in him. If anyone in the entire draft knows what Peter's going to be at the next level, it's going to be you guys. You guys are not 25 minutes from where Peter plays football every day. You guys have all the insider information that probably other teams don't. So if Peter is at 9, you guys have spent this entire process talking about in polls we trust. You have to continue that. And that's where I'm at with Lucas
it's just
Van Ness.
Personally.
Yes. And that's where I'm at with Lucas Van Ness. I'd be livid, but Howie throughout this entire process has showed he knows what the heck he's doing. So, but like you said, at the end of the day, it all comes down to wow, this pick sucks, but we're going to wake up tomorrow. We're going to wake up on Saturday. We're going to wake up on Sunday or Monday. And you're going to be like, this is going to be the next future. This dude's going to be the number one dude at his position in 2 years. That's just a part of it. And for those who have been listening so far, thank you guys for sticking with us for an hour and 15 minutes already. It's crazy. We appreciate the support.
If Jalen Carter and Bijan are still on the board at 9, I will 1,000% trade you number 9 for number 10, and then take something from you, probably that 3rd round pick, which I would be totally okay with.
I would not want to. I would trade a future pick. I wouldn't. If we traded up a 3rd round pick to move up one spot, I would be livid. If both Carter and Bijan were on the board, because those are 2 guys I'm both absolutely in love with. Whew, okay, I'm gonna go on Twitter.
I'm looking right now just to see.
Yeah, I just want the pick to be spoiled, but I want to see what Eagles fans are talking about here.
I'm not trying to get it spoiled, but what I will say is I'm trying to find out, because I saw one tweet that was like Bears have like 3 guys that they're specifically interested in. I know Peter was like the next tackle. I think Bijan was on that list though, and they had a top 30 visit with Bijan as well.
I'm overreacting here too, by the way, and it'll be just fine. But Bijan's mom wore midnight green to the draft.
You shut your mouth. Oh wait, no, not midnight green. So that's not like Packers green. That's like.
No, midnight green is
that's yeah. That's fine.
The Eagles green.
That's okay. So
you were about to not.
I was not about to be a happy camper, not at all. I mean, our Vegas is my app's slower than the TV apparently. So does Vegas try to maybe trade out? Or are they picking Jalen Carter? Are they picking Levis?
Oh my gosh! If they pick Levis, that'd be wild.
Levis and Devontae. That's not a bad thought.
I'm absolutely Matt's here talking to us as we have him here on the side. I absolutely 100% with Matt here. You cannot mess this up if you're Vegas. You either pick Jalen Carter or you pick Gonzo. You have no one else in your back or in your defensive backfield outside of Nate Hobbs. Not a single soul outside of Nate Hobbs plays at your safety or your cornerback position. It better be Gonzo here. For those who haven't been with us,
nervous.
I know. For those who haven't been with us through this entire process, when I'm saying Gonzo, I'm referring to Oregon's corner Christian Gonzalez, who throughout this entire process I have been higher on than most. Right now, though, Ryan, as an Eagles fan, it has gone absolutely the way I wanted. Have you seen? Do you know what this pick is?
No. Okay.
No.
I had Chinese food, by the way, so I might need to take a step back too.
Oh, absolutely. It can just be me. It can be me and a guest. I'm good with anything. This is going to be a whole lot of fun. And again, for those who are in here right now, the 4 people in here, we thank you guys for sticking with us and choosing to watch the draft along with us. While you guys have many other options to watch the draft elsewhere, thank you for watching it here with the boys here at the Pigskin Project.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Sigh of relief here. Do you want me to announce it now?
Is it who I said?
Who do you think it is?
Gonzo.
No.
Is it Jalen Carter?
No.
Peter?
No.
Will Levis?
Max Crosby is not the only defensive end in Vegas anymore.
Tyree Wilson.
Tyree Wilson is a Las Vegas Raider, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. Oh, okay. So there are 3 guys right now. I'm absolutely ecstatic. There are 3 guys on the board with 3 picks until the Eagles that I'm in love with right now. Bijan, Gonzo, or Jalen. And I'm okay with all 3 of them. Oh, if Jalen falls, if the Eagles get
Jalen's at 9, dude, I don't know what I want. Do I want
Oh.
to trade back? Do I want him? Because at the end of the day, all right, dude, I swear to you, so many
This is
people are going to
very-
be like, what is up with this guy? Make up his mind. Here's the thing. Trading
That's
back,
the
you
beautiful
can
thing about
definitely
the
get some
draft.
value.
Yeah.
What? Oh,
That's
yeah.
the beautiful thing about the draft. It's ever changing, and you don't really know what you want even when the pick is in.
So, I mean, if Bijan's on there, oh wait, the full details of the trade. Oh, the 12th overall pick, the 24th overall pick, and the 168th overall pick to the Lions, the 6th overall pick, and the 81st overall pick to the Cardinals. The Cardinals are working very
could
well.
you say that? Could you say that again in terms of just like first, second, third rounders for everyone who is listening to make it a little bit easier?
Yes. Let's see. 168. What's that? Like a fifth? Not a fifth.
168. That's a fifth.
Fifth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a first, a second, and a fifth for a first and a third.
Wow. See, that's what I'm saying. The Eagles could absolutely. It could be 66 up to here with the Falcons. That would be the story of my life. I needed. I did not think that this was possible going into the draft. I thought someone would have been smart in taking arguably the best player in the draft class. And I understand that he has character concerns that we've touched on already. But two days ago, or not 2 days ago, 2 months ago, 3 months ago, Carter was the best player in this draft. I saw Jake. Mm-hmm.
That's my thing. I'm like, so this guy used to be the best player in the draft. He had a couple off-field issues, and is obviously like he's gained a little bit of weight, and some bad stuff have come out about him as far as scouting goes. But his coaches have a bunch of good stuff to say. His teammates have a bunch of good stuff to say.
Teammates absolutely love him. He made a mistake. There's no doubt what he did was wrong. But he's a 21-year-old who just won the national championship. I understand he needs to be held to higher standards than what happened there. Again, he arguably was the reason that someone died. But
I'm not going into any detail on it.
I saw something though on Jake Lane, one of your close friends, someone I used to go to school with, talking about how the Bears might have just pulled a real life Cleveland or a real life Seattle from draft day without having to trade all their picks.
I did see that.
First-round picks. They get their 2 first-round picks, and they get their Bo Callahan. And when I mean that, I mean Jalen Carter is the best player in this draft. So if you're the Bears and you end the first round with 2 extra first-round picks and the best player in the draft, round of applause to Poles.
And what he means by 2 extra first-round picks, so it's not going to be in this draft, but he means in a future draft. So
yes.
Still very crucial.
Or is it next? Is it a first next year in DJ, or is it 2 firsts in DJ?
2 firsts, second.
2 future firsts. Okay.
2 future first, a second. I want to say a third in DJ or something like that. I don't know. This is nuts, man.
The fact that these guys are still in the class means that
bro. So at this time last year, right? The Bears didn't have a first-round pick, so I wasn't sweating the entire time. I was like, the pick's in. But
the pick is in.
Yeah.
Bijan.
Oh man.
Oh, it's gonna be Jalen. They're gonna.
Anyways, what I was saying is I was looking forward to. There goes Bijan. Yep. Okay.
All right.
Why? That's so stupid. Why? Tyler Algier and Cordero Patterson were. I mean, maybe you're planning for life without Cordero.
Yes.
That's stupid. I'm sorry. That's dumb. Anyways, so.
Okay. Whew, there's so one big.
Jalen's on he's available. Jalen is still available.
Shut your mouth, buddy. Shut your mouth.
Available.
Shut your mouth and get Justin Fields protection
I don't want Peter.
Peter's the best offensive lineman, bar position in this class. Get Justin
let me tell you.
Fields protection.
As long as it's not Gonzo, right? As long as it's not Gonzo, I'm cool.
I'll give you 66.
Peter, I'd be like, okay, like I'll get over it. It's fine. No big deal. Peter's a beast still, okay? Don't get me wrong, but it's just he doesn't fit what the Bears were looking for as far as he likes long arms. Don't pick Darnell Wright at 9.
Do me a favor and filibuster real quick. I got to use the bathroom.
Absolutely. So don't pick, do not pick, Gonzo at 9 just because corner can be fixed later on. Do not pick Peter right now just because it doesn't fit the exact needs. I mean, you're looking at short arms, which is not at all what Ryan Poles likes. He likes long arm tackles, according to reports. And not only that, but Darnell Wright could be available down there in the late teens. I would say, maybe trading up. I don't know. But, I wouldn't be too upset at Jackson Smith and Jigba, but I think that would also be along the same exact lines around Peter. Honestly, I love JSN. I love JSN. Do you give Fields his guy? Hey, man, do you want protection or do you want another wide receiver option? Yeah. Because there's another tackle will be available in the second round. And not only that, but majority of pressures.
The tackles that are going to be available the second round are not going to be very good, I don't think.
But the thing is also to think about, oh man, I just can't. No.
No, dude. It's
got to be Jalen.
I'm gonna get sick if it's Jalen.
It's got to be Jalen.
I'm gonna get sick if it's Jalen Carter. Oh, and they're gonna draft Peter Lucas Van Ness. I'm gonna get
Jalen fits that defense so well, and Eberflus would get his 3-tech. He would fit the hits principle so well, and then later on down the line, the defense is what the issue was last season. Majority of clearly.
Yeah, go and get Jalen Johnson, his running mate, and if anything is showing you guys like your lengthy corners, and if anyone's that in this class, it's Christian Gonzalez. Go and get him as a running mate, please.
I need to get something for good luck.
Leave the actual pick for the big dogs, for the good teams.
For the big dogs, he says.
All right, guys. I'm here sweating out this pick here. The Bears are really clicking on the clock. I'm wondering if they're looking to trade. One of the big rumors throughout this entire process is the Steelers are a team to keep a name out for if the tackles and Carter are on the board here. So, and Peter's on the board and Carter's on the board here. So, Steelers.
This is specifically for good luck and good measure. And if this doesn't work, I might never wear this hat ever again. Here we go. Okay.
Is the pick in?
Not yet.
You guys are trying to look to trade with someone.
I hope so. That would honestly, why not build through more? I just want to see. Levis is still on the board. Carter's still on the board. Oh! Pleasure doing business with you, buddy.
Yes! Are you kidding me?
Pleasure doing business with you, buddy.
Oh, yes!
Pleasure doing business with you,
yes!
buddy.
Oh, yes! Woo!
Yeah.
Woo!
Okay.
Look at us!
What'd you give me? What'd you give me?
Oh, my gosh!
What'd you give me? Oh!
Yes! Would you look at that? That's what I said. Woo!
What'd you give me?
6, a future fourth. I don't know. Come on now.
We traded back to 10, and so
you traded one spot. I'm telling you.
One spot.
I'm absolutely telling you. If this is anyone but Carter here, I'm walking out the door. I'm walking out the door.
It's Carter, buddy. It's Carter.
It
Don't even worry
freaking
about
better
it.
be, dude. It absolutely better be. Holy moly. Holy camole, guys. I'm trying to get my girlfriend here to watch the drive. Oh, I think I just saw the number tick up. All right, so for those the one person who just joined, maybe it's Mary, maybe it's one of our other viewers.
Eagles have
we
traded
got
up.
Wanted. The Eagles has traded up with the Bears for one spot, and it better be for Jalen Carter.
My
it was
dad just
funny
texted
because,
me,
again,
I'm
as
done.
I told you guys going into this night, Mary said, Ben, don't overreact.
She said,
It's
why
not
are
a
you
player
clapping?
don't like. Yeah. She said, Ben, don't overreact. It's a player that you don't like. Mary, I told you going in tonight, the one guy I wanted when we were eating dinner, I said I wanted to be Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter is on the board right now, and the Eagles traded up, and I think they're going to select him. Whew. Dude, I'm sweating right now, man. I'm sweating.
Let me know what I got.
This is anyone but Carter. Don't look at what the pick is. Do not.
Eagles send number 10 and a 2024 4th-round pick to Chicago for number 9.
You said 2024?
Yeah, so future 4th.
That's good. That's what I told you it was going to be a future 4th. I said it was going to be a future 4th. To move up
Bears
one
capitalize.
spot, it's absolutely worth it. The Bears pick up an extra pick next year to get their guy that they wanted at pick 10, whether that's Peter, now you're sweating out, though. You're still sweating, which I feel bad because now, we're both happy. You pick up an extra pick. The Bears get an extra time to get whoever they want. Happy for you. Okay, the way you're saying that makes me think you know what the pick is, Matt. It's probably Jalen Carter here. If this is Jalen Carter, I said it going into the night. You can look at my Twitter. I talked to my girlfriend here. I said the one person I wanted to leave round 1 with, Jalen freaking Carter.
Oh, my God, dude. No way. This is
Howie freaking Roseman. This is the one player that I wanted. And if this is him, Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, oh my gosh. And Jalen Carter, rebuild the best college defense to ever exist. Why don't you, Howie? Why don't you? Trade back up and get me Jahmyr Gibbs.
Dude, I'm going to pass out.
Trade back up. Trade back up and get me freaking Jahmyr Gibbs, Howie. You freaking goat.
Dude, don't give me Skoronski. Just please don't give me Skoronski.
Is he walking out? Tell me when he's
Lord.
walking out. Oh, tell me when he's walking out, man. Oh, I'm freaking shaking right now, man.
Dude, I'm so nervous.
I'm freaking shaking. And like throughout this entire process, I told Matt and I told you guys I was rooting for the Saints' downfall. My uncle's in here. I'm sorry. We owned your guys' pick. I was rooting for your guys' downfall. I said we need a top 3 or 4 pick so we can get Jalen Carter. And if we get Jalen Carter at pick 9, pleasure doing business with you, Mickey Loomis. You freaking clown. Sorry, Matt.
So, oh dear Lord.
Pleasure doing business, Mickey Loomis. Freaking go ahead and take Trevor Penning, who's not going to even play for you guys, and I'll take Jalen Carter, one of the best players in this draft at pick 9.
If we're staying at 10, okay, do not be Lucas. I don't know how I'm gonna feel if it's Peter.
I think you guys are probably going to trade back with the Steelers, is my guess.
But the Steelers wanted Jalen.
The Steelers want an offensive tackle. Will Levis at 11? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that'd be nuts.
I'm sorry, guys. I've been screaming. I have to take a sip of my tea. I need to calm down a little bit. A rush of emotion. This is what draft day is all about, isn't it?
The pick is in.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe we didn't get anything for this year, though. Like next year must be like a pretty big year for the Bears.
Oh, well, but the Eagles also have 12 draft picks next. Well, now they only have 10 draft picks next year. Ooh, but The fact that they have basically another second-round pick this year too, 2 firsts. Oh my gosh, dude! They have 4 picks in the top 65.
Oh.
One of my closest friends just texted me right now on Snapchat. Do not want to open it right now. My friend, you guys, we've talked about him a couple times on podcasts. One of my close friends, Jonathan, just texted me on Snapchat, and I do not want to open it up here. I'm willing to bet though it's Jalen Carter that he's texting me about. He's a big Bears fan as well. Is he walking out?
Yes.
Oh, please don't be anyone stupid. Have you seen the pick?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter.
Woo!
Why are we doing this?
Woo!
Why? Okay.
You traded back.
Why?
Trade back again?
No, the pick's in.
Oh, you know who? Is it Peter?
No, it's not Peter.
Gonzo.
No.
What? It's not Peter or Gonzo?
Dude, he would have been there at like 15 or 16.
It's one of the is it an offensive tackle?
Yeah.
With Broderick Jones.
Is. No.
Darnell Wright then. All right, don't answer.
Darnell Wright.
Oh,
Darnell Wright is our offensive tackle now. Darnell Wright. So Darnell Wright. Okay.
Darnell Wright is the second offensive tackle in this class. I don't know how I feel about that. With a guy like Broderick Jones, and with a guy, I understand Peter's only complete guard. All right, I'm going on Twitter now, by the way. I'm sorry.
Dude, Darnell Wright, Will Anderson, right, who was picked 2nd overall, said that Darnell Wright was the toughest tackle that he's ever faced in his career. That's a very, very big compliment. I don't hate it, but I also don't like it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wanted him, don't get me wrong, but on a trade back. I mean,
what a freaking move. Lose Javon Hargrave and replace him with Jalen Carter.
So you're telling me that we picked Darnell Wright over Peter Skoronski when we could have traded back?
Yep.
And we got a future 4th out of it, which is cool. But like,
dude, freaking big JD and I'm sorry, but Jordan Davis and Carter back together. For those who don't know why, the Bears are a Pollard franchise.
Don't.
I'm sorry. One of my close friends just commented, Bears are a very Pollard franchise. Absolutely agree. Mary's in here agreeing with it. I have no clue why that was what you guys ended up doing. Let's get to that. I spent enough time on Jalen Carter.
I mean, it's not. I don't know. It could be good. It could be bad.
Yeah.
You never know. I mean, this guy might be like a top 2, top 3 tackle in this draft anyway. Darnell Wright is good. Is he that good though? I mean, a top 10 pick good?
I wouldn't have said so.
I never mocked him that high. I mean, we said that his stock was going up.
Yes.
But, okay, so are we going to regret taking this guy over Jackson Smith and Jigba down the line when we have to pay Darnell Mooney and Chase Claypool in the future? Are we going to do that? I mean, who knows? Maybe Poles has something else up his sleeve, At the end of the day, I think interior offensive lineman and an edge rusher is the second round need. How much is it going to cost to trade back up into the first round for somebody? I mean,
it depends on how far you guys want to trade up. I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles try to trade out of 30 to kind of recuperate some picks. That being said, if there's someone on the board i.e. 80-80 out of Northwestern, or he's not blocking Carter, sorry. You're darn right, freaking Jalen Carter the GOAT. Anyways, again, it really depends on who's aboard there at 30, 80, could be on the board there at 30. Will McDonald could be on the board there. BJ Ojolari could be on the board there. It's really a bevy. Felix Inabuke-Uzama could be there. So it's really a bevy of talent, and it's whether or not you guys want to raise the risk of doing that. And if you guys love someone, awesome, go ahead and move up. I'm kind of really shocked that Darnell Wright was the move you guys made. I think you guys could have gotten him later on. But like I said, I think this starts the tackle side now. I think now Darnell Wright's off the board. I think if the Texans or the Titans love
you know what? Here we go. This is the delirious Bears fan coming out in me. Poles was an offensive lineman.
That's what I'm saying.
If he didn't want Jalen Carter, he was going to make it look like he wanted Jalen Carter, get something out of somebody for him, and draft whoever he thinks. Obviously, Paris Johnson was probably the top tackle. That was
without a doubt. Yes, that was.
But when it came to Darnell Wright or Peter Skoronski, or Broderick Jones, then Darnell Wright is probably that.
That's what I'm saying. You got to have trust that these guys know what you're doing. Bears fans the entire time have been saying in polls, we trust. Play out some time.
Let's see it.
The Eagles aren't on the clock.
Who are we? No. You know what? I'm starting to get mad. Who are we to pick and choose protection for Fields? This is a top 10 pick on protection for Fields. Yes. We want to sit here and say, save Fields, protect Fields, blah, blah, blah. But we want to sit here and, pick and choose? Absolutely. Sure. Whatever. That makes a load of sense. Yes. So the Titans are on the clock. Awesome. So at this point, let's see.
It's Will Levis. If Will Levis
here comes the tackle slide. Yep. Like you said,
that's what I'm saying. If Will Levis is here, awesome. If they don't like Will Levis, they lost Nate Davis, their offensive guard. So if they believe that Peter can be both, then go ahead and draft Peter. Because if he doesn't turn out to be a tackle, he can slide right into where Nate Davis was, and honestly be an upgrade from what Nate Davis was.
Yeah.
But again, to your point, again, in Fields, you guys trust. You guys just, I've had many of picks where I've been like, what the heck is this? When we drafted Landon Dickerson 2 years ago, I was livid. Landon Dickerson was was a Pro Bowler last year. So it's just a matter of having trust in your scouting department and having trust in your GM. And to this point, Poles has killed it. We haven't seen Poles do a draft, but Poles has killed it.
I'm looking forward to seeing what he does tomorrow.
Yeah.
In the second round, because that's going to be crucial. He's got 2 second-round picks for the second consecutive year, and he's got an early third as well. So at the end of the day, you gotta just leave it up to him. Clearly, he's got a set plan. He knows what he's doing. Who knows? Maybe he uses his first this future fourth to move back up. As far as in the second round too. Mm-hmm. Anyways, let's see.
As far as questions here, Kai asks, who do we think the Lions are going to take at 12? I would be very, very surprised if it wasn't Christian Gonzalez at this point, unless someone sneaks in and takes him here at 11. All reports the entire season was that they wanted Devin Witherspoon, who got taken out right underneath their nose there at pick 5. Yeah. And if they are able to trade back and still get Christian Gonzalez at 12, it's an absolutely steal for them. He also says Colts stole the draft at 4. If Anthony Richardson can become the guy we think he is, absolutely. And there's not a single head coach I'd want Anthony Richardson to go to more than I wanted him to go to Shane Steichen. Because Shane Steichen, if he showed anything last year, was that he can develop a I heard
Brandon Gallup.
more than anything, he can. They can. You guys flustered with that comment. More than anything, Shane Steichen has shown he can develop a quarterback with traits. He showed that he could do it last year with Hurts, and Anthony Richardson has more traits than what Hurts does. So perfect fit there. Don't know about that one, Chief. It would be fun though.
So much hate about Darnell Wright. Let's see it. That's it. I mean, that's all I can say. Darnell Mooney saying can't go wrong with the Darnell. So I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really it. So I mean, the Titans pick is in. So that's interesting as well. I mean, I would have to assume that everybody prior to the Titans are done for the night. That would be my guess.
What do you mean?
As far as, picks for tonight specifically. Let's see. So, and keep in mind, for any Bears fans that are listening, Darnell Wright did not allow a single sack last year against SEC talent. Very good. And he only allowed 2 quarterback hits. I mean, or 2 hits and 6 hurries as well. That's our right tackle. His run block grade according to PFF was 65, but his pass blocking is 80.
A great pass blocker.
So, I mean, one of his pros is power personified. He's played 2,746 career snaps with full years starting at both left and right tackle. So if you want something that's flexible, he's your guy. And then held up very well against Will Anderson against Alabama. Hand usage massively improved this year. His foot speed is well below average, though. Let's see. He leaves himself open to push pulls,
right? Okay,
stuff like that.
So as far as you said, I was through the entire process. I think I was higher on Darnell Wright than what most people were. Not quite 10th overall pick high on Darnell Wright. But again, the book on Darnell Wright, and this is the book you're going to get on any Tennessee player, is they played it in a spread offense. If the goal was to get Justin Fields to take less hits on dropbacks when he passes, Darnell Wright was the way to go. Darnell Wright might be the best pass blocker of all of the offensive tackles in this entire class.
Yeah.
Like you said, he allowed 0 sacks. And again, when you play in the air raid offense that you do in Tennessee, where all you do is pass, all you do is take your pass sets as that tackle. You just pass set. And when you go up against guys like Will Anderson and the other guys in the SEC, you will start to get good at this. If your goal, which the Bears seems like it was to protect Justin Fields when he drops back to give him time in the pocket, and that was the only thing you were focused on, Darnell Wright was the correct move if that's what you were trying to go for, which I'm sure think that's probably what you guys were trying to go for. Again, this is now going to allow him to do so. He was the most hit quarterback, I think, in the history of football in the modern age.
It's not the most attractive.
It's what needs to be done.
But absolutely. Nobody has the right to sit here and say, I mean, at that pick, they did the right thing. That's all. The Titans pick is in. The commissioner is walking up to the podium. What?
Someone commented that they think Darnell Wright was going to be there in the 3rd. Darnell Wright wasn't going to make it past pick 15.
Wow.
So, has he walked
Peter
out?
Skoronski is the pick.
Wow. Told you that tackle runs about to start there, man. But it's going to be interesting to see where Will Levis goes. What?
The 12th pick has already been announced.
Watch. Twitter. Hey, maybe Kai was right, and it'd be crazy if it's Jared Goff.
I can tell you right now, it's not.
It's not Will Levis?
It's not. And it's very, very interesting, actually, the more that I think about it. I'm thinking maybe DeAndre Swift's time in Detroit is coming to a close. A very abrupt.
No way he went that high.
So
wow.
There's your hints. I'm gonna let it up. The pick is already in, so on the
no
clock.
freaking way he went that high.
Absolutely, he did. Yep.
Gonzo's taking a little bit of a tumble here.
Gonzo is taking a bit of a tumble. The Packers are already on the clock.
Like we've said with dude, it's gonna be JSN. For the Packers.
No, it's not. No. I'm expecting maybe an edge rusher here. I would love to see like Lucas Van Ness go here at 13.
Throughout the process, I said Lucas Van Ness fits he anyone of the edge class fits the mold of him.
Mm-hmm. This is okay. Literally one guy that I don't want Green Bay to go to, or that I don't want to go to Green Bay. Okay, I'm nervous again. Like,
dude, this draft has been the craziest draft in memory. Like, just with the way picks have fallen, like teams, like picks we haven't even thought of. No one talked about Jahmyr Gibbs going this high. People talked about Bijan maybe going at 6. No one talked about Jahmyr Gibbs going to 12. And as I said, though, Jahmyr Gibbs would have been the number 1 running back in those classes. And I'm sorry, I spoiled it, I guess, but
it's fine. I think you already said this, but the Lions are scheduled to pick at number 12, and then they would have 5 of the next 43 picks, number 12, 18, 34, 48, and 55. Lions are set up. But
they have 18? They have pick 18?
Yeah.
They didn't have to give that up. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Wait.
Yeah. Maybe you could get a Deonte Banks, a
Gonzo could be there still if Washington passes on him. If
Washington would be dumb, but maybe they take Will Levis.
That's what I'm saying.
So who's on the clock now for
Jahmyr Gibbs?
Packers, yeah.
The Packers are now on the clock. Dude,
this has been in recent memory. This has been wild. And don't get me wrong, last year was a whole lot of fun, but
just don't be Jackson. Just don't be Jackson. This would be such a punch to the face to Aaron, though. Like, I would actually laugh. Like, you want us to draft a wide receiver in the first round? Oh, you want us to do that? Let me just do that really quick then. Like,
poser.
Yeah. All right. I hate everything about Green Bay.
They have good cheese curds.
Okay.
What time does Culver's close? Love the pick by. Yeah, that's. I have mixed opinions about it. I think Jahmyr going that high.
I don't think it's a bad pick,
but I think corner was a bigger need. But Jahmyr Gibbs, like I said before, I don't know how many people were listening. How many people in here were listening to it before? Many. The nerds.
I think he would be available. Looking at this right now, who was in between the next 2 picks for the Lions? I think he would have been available for the Packers, Patriots, Jets, Commanders, Steelers. None of those need a running back.
That's what I'm saying.
Is it more of an insurance thing to make sure nobody trades up for Gibbs?
That's what it has to be. But I think corner was more of a need. Didn't they just go out and sign Monty this offseason?
Yeah, they signed Monty to like a 2 or 3 year deal.
I question if using your 12th overall pick on Jahmyr Gibbs for that team specifically.
Yeah. It's up in the air.
Yes, they did. Jahmyr Gibbs. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. That's why I say maybe DeAndre Swift, could he be getting cut? Or is it somebody that's just going to develop? I mean, what's Swift's contract look like?
I mean, he's still on his rookie deal and stuff, but yes, Jahmyr Gibbs, the running back out of Bama. And again, my reaction was the same thing. A little bit of a shocker that they spent that early of a pick on him. I think Jahmyr Gibbs maybe was worth a 12th overall pick, but he being taken to that team with that high of a pick kind of shocks me after you went out and spent money on Monty, and then you had money to like bigger needs there at cornerback and stuff.
The picks in. I'm terrified. I don't know what this is. Dalton Kincaid, please. Oh man, I think that. I mean, who else needs a tight end? Could Kincaid still be there in the second round? Is that a possibility?
No, I think Kincaid will be off the board, whether that's with the Cowboys here or with the Bengals.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I'm like so stressed out about this as a Bears fan. Like, I just don't know.
I saw it. I freaking saw it. I saw it too. I just saw it. Yes. Book it, baby. Book it, baby. That's what I'm freaking talking about. That is what I'm talking about. Did I not call it, Ryan?
Oh.
Did I not call it, Ryan?
Whew. That feels good.
For those who are wondering why we're laughing, we found out what the pick was. Did I not call it before? Like, I mean, at the beginning of this process, man.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious.
When is Coach Tyler supposed to come in? Or our next guest. Oh shoot, I spoiled it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're good. He's coming in shortly. I checked the slots that we have put up and everything. Let's see, 15 through 18 are his slots. But oh man, that's hilarious. So for those of you that don't know, I'm just gonna go ahead and spoil it. Lucas Van Ness is a Green Bay Packer, and we called it. We called it. That's hilarious. They just don't like first round wide receivers. They like, digging for them.
What? Did you see the dap up Jalen Carter had with Roger Goodell?
No.
Who kidnapped Roger Goodell and replaced him with this clone?
That's so funny. I can't believe that. I cannot believe that Lucas Van Ness. And for those of you that aren't familiar with it, I was actually all over Lucas Van Ness on the draft.
You loved him at first.
I did, and now I have to root against him. That's hilarious. Also, something else funny. Cole Kmet, his sister is dating Lucas Van Ness. Now Lucas Van Ness. I mean, I'm just saying. I don't know. Maybe Cole will have to kind of run block for him or something. I don't know. But that's funny. The Packers traded Aaron Rodgers to get Lucas Van Ness a little bit earlier. He would have been there at 15 too. I mean, looking at that. That's hilarious. Oh, I love that. So that means JSN's not going to be a Packer, which makes my life so much easier. Yeah, Ian Rappaport says, so no revenge wide receiver during Aaron Rodgers week. That's awesome. I wonder how Kyle Gagliardi is doing.
Yeah, probably not probably. Oh my goodness, dude. I'm still ecstatic, man. Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter next to each other for the next 4 years is going to be wild.
I just have to say, I'm very confident if Lucas Van Ness is the guy that Darnell Wright has to block, I'm cool with that. 1,000%.
I will say, so for those, I've not been a Lucas Van Ness guy. I've never been a Lucas Van Ness guy, and I probably won't ever be a Lucas Van Ness guy. But for those who are wondering, kind of the book on Lucas Van Ness, he started off as an interior player there at Iowa. He made the transition to outside, an edge player there. He really only has he doesn't have any other moves. He only has a speed to power. And you think that and you're like, ugh, but his speed to power is dangerous. It's probably the best speed to power I've ever seen from a draft player since I've watched. Like, I mean, there was one single player that Peter Skronsky could not beat, and that was Lucas Van Ness. Lucas Van Ness absolutely planted Peter on his butt. But also he has concerns. Why would a player at his caliber going 13th overall not start at Iowa?
Oh, a new trade.
Oh.
The Steelers are on the clock.
To get Broderick Jones.
I'm
almost sure it's for Broderick Jones. They need their OT, man. It's for Broderick Jones. How much do you know what they gave up?
Not yet. It just broke. Wow. I wonder what that is.
We'll see. This has been a lot of fun thus far, man.
Number 14 for Patriots, or from Patriots, for 17 and 120. So you're looking at
early 4th round pick.
Yeah. Not bad. An early 4th is what it's taking right now. So, like, you know, Kyle Gagliardi tweets out, actually don't hate this. No chance they were going to draft a wide receiver in the first. They just don't do that.
Packers fans trying to talk themselves into a good pick.
Hey, I had to talk myself into my pick too, so it's fine.
Yeah, but I actually see a pathway. I don't know why you've been good.
Let's see. So Bleacher Report said like grade the Bears pick. I'm giving it a B.
B minus.
Yeah. So yeah, the Steelers are on the clock. Let me switch that up really quick.
It's for Broderick Jones. Ooh, DeJuan Jones.
That's interesting.
It's for one of the tackles. Oh my gosh, a big relief I don't know why it took me a second to realize this. A player I have been so low on going throughout this entire process was Kalijah Kancey and Brian Breezy. I did not want either of those guys.
Could Kancey go here then? Oh, no, you're saying
I don't think Kancey. I'm just saying since we took Carter, that means there's no shot we're going elsewhere. Ooh. Okay. Actually, guys, I just thought of something though.
It's got to be Broderick. They're sorting through the hats and everything.
It has to be Broderick, no doubt.
I mean, that's not a terrible pick either. Yeah, it's Broderick. Yeah, I mean, like I said, not a terrible pick, nothing crazy.
I will say, so I entered a competition here, guys, as far as who I thought the Eagles were going to take and so on and so forth. Let me see if I can find what I said, but I had Carter. If I could find what I said.
Okay. So yeah,
dang! I said Jalen Carter and Jahmyr Gibbs, but all my other guys are still on the board here. Boom. Sidney Brown is who I'm looking at 30. Honestly, at this point, I want a safety here, and Sidney Brown I would absolutely love. I mean, I'd be okay with a guard or honestly, there's not a single pick now that the Eagles can make with their 30th pick, whether they make it or trade out, that I would be disappointed in. Wow, I have class tomorrow, guys. I haven't even thought about that, and I have homework. That's okay, because it's draft day, baby. Actually, I don't have any homework because I did it all. Look at me. I completed everything early. Academic weapon, boys.
Okay. So let's see. Our next guest has rolled in.
Wait, hold on.
Yes.
What is it?
We're not going to add him just yet. Broderick Jones.
I've been guessing these things on the dot, man. All right, go ahead and add him. Our next guest.
Coach Tyler. Welcome in. The New York Jets are on the clock. All right. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the show or haven't seen Coach Tyler on the show just yet, because he's been here for, I think, 2 or 3 episodes worth. Coach, how are we feeling about Darnell Wright here at pick number 10?
It's one of those I don't know. It doesn't make me excited. It doesn't make me mad. So
it's not, we already talked, it's not the most attractive pick per se, but it's the pick that needed to happen. Fields has his offensive line, and we've talked about it a lot on the podcast, whether or not, Fields is the guy in Chicago or not. And the reason, or the only way that you can see that is, if he gets protection and if he gets a good wide receiver 1, and they went out and did just that in the offseason. What I just tweeted out, if anybody listening follows me, I think I said, Bears Twitter will never be happy. Let's complain when Fields doesn't get protection. Then complain when it's not the guy that we want. We aren't professionals. Who are we to complain about getting what we want? So at the end of the day, I mean, there's going to be defensive guys that I think are going to fall out of the first round. There are going to be options in the second round. There's 2 picks that we could utilize on that. They might even trade up. Who knows what the cost of that's going to be as well. So, it's not attractive at all, but at the same exact time, it's protection. My next question for you is, how do you feel about Lucas Van Ness becoming a Packer?
Great. Yeah, he's going to destroy us. Like, that's who I wanted. Like, so really? Tyree Wilson was the big one, and I saw him drop, and I'm like, oh, shit. I mean, oh, crap, sorry. Like, he's coming, and then the Raiders snagged him. I'm like, okay. And then I was disappointed in the trade with the Eagles. Like, a 2024 4th round. Should have racked up a 3rd round pick this year. You should have got something better than that.
Yeah.
And I wanted Van Ness, but I think this is all preparing for the 2nd round to get that dude from Northwestern.
80-80.
I think that dude is I think he's perfect. Talked about him all day today in class. Like, I think they're setting up that this dude's staying in Chicago.
Yep.
That would be really cool. I mean, are we assuming that he stays, out of the first round, or
I think
top 15?
I think he's gonna drop to the Bears. I don't think they're gonna have to trade up, because all people are gonna see is what, cool, his 40, but they're only gonna look at this year. I know that they do all their jobs and stuff, but what he did to Ohio State in the Big Ten championship game, Northwestern had every reason to win that football game.
Yep. Okay, so the Jets are still on the clock here at 15. According to ESPN, right? So the best available, Christian Gonzalez. Okay, let's talk about that for a second.
The fact that he's falling, it would be fun to see them pair up Sauce with Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, absolutely. They say the best fit for the Jets, according to ESPN, is Kalijah Kancey.
I would
spit out my
tea if they did it. I'm not a Kancey guy. His arms are way too small, I think, to succeed at the next level. I don't know.
Quick question. So what did you say that Chase Young's price tag was?
Who?
Chase Young.
Me? What did I say it was?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably a 2nd round pick.
A 2nd round?
2nd or 3rd, I think. Maybe you guys can trade your 2nd for Chase Young.
I was gonna say, can we pair one like the late 2nd with that 4th that we got from you guys for Chase Young?
That'd be decent.
Then we could talk about how Poles is cooking.
I mean, he's cooking either way. Like, that's just because this draft is good. The 2023 draft is awesome, but next year's
draft.
Like that's the year
that last year too.
Yeah, but last year, like just next year, you can be like, all right, deuces Fields if he doesn't do what he should. Like deuces, let me get Drake May, Caleb Williams, like we can get a dog. And you're gonna screw up another rookie. Well, Fields will give us a second or probably another first because he's young and they've seen the talent. Then you can draft the wide receiver. And there's always some stupid stud receiver that comes out of nowhere. Like, I don't know, Marvin Harrison Jr. It's the whole Bears franchise right there.
I think it's terrifying to think that Fields isn't going to work out because I'm biased. But anyways, it's, I love Fields to death. And I hope to God that he's the quarterback of the future because, we already have 2 first-round picks. Let's not try and get another one or just bank off of Fields having first round talent or what's the word for it, value, but Ryan Kyle Bias. Gagliardi coming in saying Ryan biased, no way. So absolutely biased towards Fields. I obviously don't want him to not work out because I've seen so many quarterbacks not work out with Chicago and he's shown so many flashes of just potential here. The Jets are really coming down to the wire here. Could they potentially be trading as well?
I wouldn't be surprised because they probably wanted to get one of their offensive tackles here. And the top 4 offensive tackles are all gone unless you want to reach on a guy like Dwan Jones or Antoine Harrison.
Something happened.
They're pretty happy. So
the pick is not in just yet, and they are celebrating.
Be embarrassed if they forgot.
Yeah. We didn't call it in yet. Oh, no. They're definitely on the phone with somebody, so they're drafting somebody for sure. Yeah, the pick's in. So, yes, absolutely. Who do we think here, guys? Who do we think? I
wouldn't be surprised if it was Gonzo. I would be I think it'd be very, very funny if they reached on Antoine Harrison or DeJuan Jones, but we'll see.
The fact that and I'm not saying that he's going here by any means, but the fact that Jackson Smith and Jigba is still available at 15 is ridiculous. But hey, there was a certain guy that I remember saying that would happen on the podcast. I don't remember if you remember. But
hey, you also said there were going to be 2 tackles going, or 2 tackles going within like slipping, and I said I think all 4 were going to be gone by the 15th pick. So.
Well, hold on a minute.
I bet it's going to be Nolan Smith.
I know Nolan Smith is going to be. I like Nolan Smith.
I know what the pick is.
I like Nolan Smith more than I liked Lucas Van Ness.
Well, Nolan with Jermaine Johnson.
Ugh.
And you have Quinnen Williams on the inside where you have to stop him. That allows Nolan to be allows those 2 to be freaks.
Exactly.
So, I want to go over this really quick. Ben, you could pull them up as well.
Ryan, I just saw what it was too. That's wild.
Yeah. So
no, I gotta cheat and find out.
You want me to just announce it? I can announce it to everybody watching.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
So Will McDonald is a New York Jet here at 15. Huge.
They had the right idea of pass rusher.
Yeah, I'm just surprised. I'm just really, really surprised that he went above someone like Nolan Smith. Shoot, if Nolan Smith wants to keep on dropping, the Eagles can really remake the freaking Georgia defense. I'd be happy with that.
So I want to go over this as well, just to kind of not only pat myself on the back, but also call myself an idiot with some of these. Jalen Carter won't be there at 9 despite trade rumors of the Bears trading back. But he was there at 9, but that was where he went. So that's interesting. JSN falls into the late teens, early 20s. That was happening. I said one of Peter Skoronski or Paris Johnson, if not both, fall into the teens, early 20s. Peter fell into 11, so I was close. One of Witherspoon or Gonzalez falls into the teens. That's solid. A mystery
I
team
like Devin Witherspoon over Gonzalez, so.
He's just a dog. He just has. He has the fight in him. He's good at everything, but he knows how to come downhill and freaking hit someone.
Oh yeah.
That hit against IU. Oh my goodness.
I said a mystery team will trade up into the top 15 that hasn't been talked about much, if at all. Dare I say that I was okay with that as well because the Texans traded up back to 3.
Well, yeah. I mean, we can take it. I mean, you said we'll take it.
Let's see.
I said I'm very happy with the fact that I said 4 tackles were going to go before 15. So
I said CJ Stroud and Will Levis will fall past the top 5 for sure. Stroud won't see the late teens, but Levis could. I said Levis could also still be available in the second round, and I also said
imagine if the Commanders take Levis here at 16.
I can see
that.
Yes, but the question too you got to start thinking about too is at what point do the Buccaneers say we need to get our quarterback of the future, and maybe make a little trade up 1 or 2 spots to get Levis? Because if you go into the season with Kyle Trask as your QB, I don't know how many games you're winning, but maybe that's a plan. It's like you said, next year's class with May and I don't know. I'm forgetting the USC kids. He's a dog though.
Drake May is, I think, the best.
Drake. Oh, wow, you like Drake May over
Williams?
Man. Yes, Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Wow, I think Caleb Williams might be a generational QB prospect. He's going to be very, very good.
Here,
but I'm really high on Drake May.
The only thing I'm going to say about Caleb Williams is he plays with Lincoln Riley.
Yes.
Okay?
The air raid.
I love the air raid. Okay. It's great.
Yes.
It's cool. There's one quarterback you can say Lincoln Riley has coached. Actually, I think they've all folded under pressure.
Yeah.
And like Drake, USC losing the Tulane.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing. Like, but that should prop Tulane how they're dogs.
Props them, yeah.
Yeah, like Tajay Spears, dog. Dorian Williams, dog. Deuce Watts, dog. Michael Pratt, like those guys are dogs. So
yes.
Absolutely hate Will McDonald, but it's whatever.
That's really surprising. I like Will McDonald. I think he was put in a system where you couldn't flourish. But his block shedding rate was like something crazy. I mean, his block shedding rate was like 50%. It's like the highest in like Power 5 football in like the last like 25 years. But he just played in a system that didn't really allow him to flourish. He played as a 5 tech when in all actuality, he'll probably be coming off the edge at an outside linebacker as a 9 tech. So he did not play in a system that allowed him to flourish.
I hate that every edge person is going to be labeled as a linebacker, and they're not. Like, it makes me.
This is ridiculous.
Furious.
So I'm going to tell you this because I know the pick. The pick is for the Commanders.
I don't know the pick.
I'm not telling you who it is, but what I will say is that it's not Will Levis and it's not Christian Gonzalez.
Hendon Hooker.
Porter Banks. Oh my gosh! If it's Hendon Hooker, If it's Hendon Hooker, I'm gonna be jumping up and down. Hendon Hooker.
I'm stunned right now. This is ridiculous.
Oh, so it's got to be someone's like. Oh, then it has to be Hendon Hooker.
It could be. It very well could be Hooker. And if it's Hooker,
if it's someone shocking, then that's the shocking. Like,
oh my gosh! If it's Hooker, I'm gonna be so freaking happy. I'm not a Hooker fan at all.
Oh, because he's in a gimmicky offense.
Again, he's in the air raid offense, but there were some stats that we were talking about. Let me see if I can find him real quick. Let me pull him up. But he played in a gimmicky offense. He's going to be 26 by the time he plays. He's coming off an ACL tear.
They actually said he's going to be able to play by opening weekend.
Wow, that's
huge.
I literally just read it.
Yeah.
What was it? The only thing that I love about Tennessee is, well, I guess is their offensive line. So I guess that makes me love Darnell Wright. But like Josh Heupel has strict rules in his offense where it allows him, like that's why they say it's a gimmicky offense. That's why Jalen Highland isn't good, Cedric Tillman isn't good, and Hendon Hooker isn't good. But the offensive line's good because he has set plays. And I've already told my offensive line at my school that, hey, you got to go 8 to 10 plays where you can't cry, moan, complain, can't be tired, have to go 100 miles an hour. After that, give up. Like, I don't care after that. That's what Josh Heupel and the offensive line coach have built. Go 8 to 10 plays. After that, okay, we're going to chalk the drive. And that's why at Purdue, in that bowl game, you watch deep balls left and right because it went over their extended time. So they're just trying to get the drive over with if they don't score quickly.
Yes.
So, that I like.
Well, to your gimmicky offense, though, to the point, and these were stats that a friend, I guess that'll be on here later, which I don't want to spoil it, brought up. Hendon Hooker, when it comes to passes completed out of structure, so passes he's making when he's not within the pocket, the entire season, he completed a whopping 3 passes out of structure, and that is it. Another fun stat is he completed he only took 15 attempts, not even completions, 15 attempts throwing to his second read. So his entire season, all of his reads were his first reads outside of 15 throws, and 3 of them were out of structure. Like you said, the offense is very, very gimmicky. But to your point, again, like we were talking about Darnell Wright, if the goal is to get someone who can pass protect for Justin Fields, Darnell Wright was a dude to do it. That's all he did was pass protect darn near at Tennessee. And he's went up and he did that at a high level, not allowing a single sack in the SEC while doing it on like 700 attempts, which is absolutely wild. You don't see people do that against SEC talent. So again, if the goal is to protect Fields, Poles absolutely did it.
So I guess it makes me more excited because like Paris Johnson Jr. I didn't think he was good. I'm glad the Bears didn't get him. I was not a fan of him. I love Skoronski. But
I liked him too.
Like, I think Skoronski can play tackle. Would it be a hard adjustment? Yes, but I think he can do it. But like Paris Johnson Jr. didn't dominate in the way that you thought off like Ohio State linemen should have.
Yeah.
All right, so the pick is in. The Commanders are making the pick, but the commissioner is what I meant to say. He's on the podium. With the 16th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes, cornerback.
Hey, that's my guy. Wow.
Maybe they listened and remember, I think I said it on here before that you don't draft people from the Pac-12 because the Pac-12 is terrible.
I don't know about that one. There's been a lot of talent that's come out of the Pac-12. But
I always talk crap about the Pac-12 because I think it's the weakest Power 5 conference.
Yes, I think so. That shocks me. So for those who don't know, Emmanuel Forbes, he's a cornerback out of Mississippi. A guy throughout the entire process that I thought I was higher on than most, but here the Commanders are taking him at 16 above Christian Gonzalez. It's probably because it's Christian Gonzalez. But Emmanuel Forbes, the book on him is the dude's skinny. They're super, super skinny. I think he was second percentile in weight of all corners to ever go to the combine. He's the smallest quarterback or the lowest weight cornerback to ever weigh in at the combine, above 6 foot. He weighed in at 166. He's not going to play press man. He's going to get absolutely bullied on, dogged on by AJ Brown next year if he tries to be press man. But the dude is absolutely a stud in zone. He had like 7 interceptions this past year. 3 went back to the house. He is the definition of a ball hawk if you're playing in a zone-heavy defense, which it clearly seems like they're going to do so. If the dude can put on some weight and learn how to play press man, he could be very, very good. It's just a matter of early on, I don't feel comfortable putting him in press man because he's just going to get pushed around, but he's going to get your team some interceptions if you're playing a lot of zone.
If you run press man correctly, not what they teach you in 7-on-7, what a lot of other places teach you, like to bully the crap out of the receiver. If you run it correctly, he can do it. The off arm or wrong arm jam.
The Patriots pick is in. The commissioner is coming up to the podium.
Wow, that's really quick.
There's Christian Gonzalez.
Christian Gonzalez is.
That's why it was so quick.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So what I was gonna say, right? Because I got a reply on my tweet saying, why the Bears pick was so bad is the fact that we gave up on somebody who was once considered the number one prospect in the draft for a 4th round pick in the future. And only
Jalen Carter, baby.
Spot. So, like, the fact that there wasn't a different offer, like, I don't know, it kind of rubs me the wrong way, I guess, because I think, I don't know. Another point that I want to make is that the Lions are on the clock here at 18.
Gonzo's gone. They're not.
Gonzo's gone.
Could be Deontay Banks.
Deontay Banks is an option, but like I said before, could they pick Jackson Smith and Jigba given the fact that half of their wide receiver room just got suspended? Like,
going Will Levis here.
Great.
But not only that, so like you're looking at, I mean, a bunch of different teams that could go JSN, which is crazy. The Lions, I don't think the Buccaneers are somebody that you would consider JSN just because their wide receiver course kind of stacked. The Seahawks, maybe just because of Tyler Lockett aging. And I think that JSN and Tyler Lockett could be comparable. The Chargers would be nuts with JSN. The Ravens with the newly re-signed Lamar Jackson and OBJ as well. The Vikings just got rid of Adam Thielen. Imagine JSN with Justin Jefferson. That'd be absolutely insane if they pass on him. The Jaguars could potentially pick him up. Like, I don't think that would be good, but that's a thing. At that point, if he were to fall past, I would say I think that we see the Giants move up. I think that we see the Giants move from 25 and move up to select JSN before any of I think that they move up with 19. I think that you're going to see them pick at 19, not, relatively soon you'll see a trade is my prediction. Other than that, I mean, wide receivers are taking a big tumble, and Will Levis as well. You could tell like his confidence is a little shaken. He's trying to play it off right now. But
Bo Callahan from the draft.
I despise Siri on my MacBook. What's that?
When you get a chance, look at what I sent you.
Okay. But yes, that's just, it's a little nerve-wracking. I don't want him in the division. Especially with the Vikings, that'd be horrible. But oh no. Okay. Anyway. So yeah. I don't know. The thing is too, okay. Yeah, I figured he would excuse himself. Yeah. I don't know. Where do you think JSN could go? Because he was once considered a top 10 talent as well, or top 15 for sure.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of him, only because Marvin Harrison did what Marvin Harrison Jr. did this year. That showed that
he's replaceable.
Yeah, you take Marvin Harrison Jr. out, Ohio State wasn't what Ohio State was.
Yeah.
But you obviously took out Jackson Smith and Jigba, and Marvin Harrison Jr. stepped up. Like, they're always going to have that talent at Ohio State. It just really depends how, you couldn't really see how replaceable Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave were because they were on the field together.
That's what I was going to say. With JSN being injured majority of the season, do you think Marvin Harrison's success was a result of JSN not being available?
Yeah, because I think Marvin Harrison Jr., I think he was, like the 4th string receiver actually for Ohio State going into the year. Then JSN got hurt. So now, Marvin Harrison's more of an outside guy. So you had Marvin Harrison, Julian Fleming, and Emeka Mbuka.
Yep.
Okay.
And so that now allowed, and those other two haven't done anything that says, okay, we got to worry about them over Harrison. Like, why JSN went over in the Rose Bowl, because you had Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson. Those are dogs.
Yeah.
And he went off for 231. I think Marvin Harrison's more legit than JSN. And I think I agree with you. I think the Giants will go up and get him.
Yeah.
If it gets to that point, but unless the Lions get him.
Coach, I'm gonna give you a chance to respond. By the way, this is an IU fan saying this.
Hey, Purdue's new
this is my roommate.
Purdue's new coach just produced a top 5 corner.
Yeah,
in a defense that was terrible, and then he turned it to number 1. So
I mean that whole secondary there. I mean they're gonna have 3 guys go within the first 3 rounds.
They're gonna be the best. Those players are gonna be the best players probably out of this draft, secondary wise. Sidney Brown's gonna go start somewhere and be a dog. Was it Jatarius Martin is gonna be a great special teamer and then eventually starter, and Devin Witherspoon's just him. So
I gotta say the Lions are looking scary, guys. I know who this pick is. The pick is in. We're going through a little bit more of a another commercial break for sure, but
is it a defense, offense or defense?
It is a defensive player.
It's going to be someone on the line. It's going to be Nolan Smith. Yeah.
I am not going to confirm or deny without permission of spoiling.
That's Nolan Smith. Don't though. I think it's Nolan Smith. But it's funny, Coach Tyler, because through this entire process, I think it was like a week ago, I asked you about Corey Trice. And then I don't know why, but the past week, he's just had a boom in stock rise. People out of nowhere become a fan in Corey Trice. So for those who are listening, and for someone who might draft Corey Trice, what would you say the book on Corey Trice is?
I mean, he's not great at anything. He's not terrible at anything. It's just his potential. If he was with the Purdue coach now, I think we're talking about a different player because he's 6'3", 200-something pounds maybe. And he's, you compare him to the next Richard Sherman, Brandon Brown, that Seahawks, defense. That dude be a dog. It's just you would be well, he doesn't have the top-end speed, but he's going to bully you on the line, run support, and he'll be okay in zone.
The commissioner is coming out momentarily. They did their whole the pick is in animation. So I just got to say it's happening, guys, but it's not Nolan Smith.
It's not.
It's not Nolan Smith. Give me just a second. The commissioner is.
I think Coach is
coming out right now.
I think Coach is ahead of you. Let him.
Do you know?
Well, he's ahead of you. I don't know what it is.
Yeah. All right. The commissioner's coming out.
Oh, dog.
Let's go. Hold on one second. With the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions selected number 18, Jack Campbell, linebacker, Iowa.
Best linebacker in the draft.
He is a Dan Campbell guy. That does not shock me at all. I mean, if anyone screams Dan Campbell, it's this guy. And Dan Campbell and what's his name? The guy they drafted last year out of Oklahoma State.
Malcolm Rodriguez.
They're going to be fun. They're going to tear up the NFC East. Good luck, boys.
Dude, now you can play a true defense, true 4-3 defense with Jack Campbell. Malcolm Rodriguez is probably your weak side backer. And you can go, obviously you have Alex Anzalone, and you can roll with Derek Barnes as more of an outside backer too.
Yep.
Jack Campbell's going to run this. This is scary. This sucks. The Lions are the best team in the NFC North. So,
yeah, I've been arguing with a lot of people because they're just sitting here the Vikings are, and we'll have somebody that have terrorized Bears Twitter for a while now on the show momentarily here at, I want to say pick 22 is when he'll enter in. So I've been arguing and saying that the Vikings are not going to be as good as people think. And the Lions are the ones that you really have to look out for.
Will Levis here, by the way.
No way.
That's
no,
my
I guess
guess.
I understand
That's
that.
my guess.
Will
That's my
Levis,
guess.
yeah.
That's my guess. Yeah. So,
But let's see. Yeah, it'll absolutely be something. I mean, as far as the Lions go, that's something that, wow. Okay. That's not at all who I thought that was going to be. Unbelievable. That's actually crazy to think about.
You know who it is?
I do know who it is. Yes.
It's not Will.
How do y'all know before me?
Well, it's I don't know who it is, but it's Twitter. If you look at Twitter, they always announce it and everything. So
it's not Levis.
It's not Levis. Is it Hendon Hooker?
Levis. It's not Hendon Hooker.
Wow.
Offensive.
Nolan Smith.
Not Nolan Smith.
No, wow. Nolan Smith through the entire process. I said he was going to get past 19. I guess you strike out every once in a while.
Is the commissioner?
How do you know what it is, dude?
Twitter.
It's so much quicker. Like I can't find anything.
The commissioner hasn't even come on the screen, by the way. But I mean, if this guy's been right the entire night, so
if that's true,
yeah, that's why I'm saying that's nuts.
Amazing.
That'll be good. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying that's nuts, and we'll talk about it. I want it to be announced on.
I don't know what it is, and now I'm scared.
Yeah,
I love it.
I'm unsure how I feel about it, and like I said, I'll discuss it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say. I'm not saying anything. You made me.
I kind of want to see the reaction here, so it'll be fun.
Yeah.
Defense or offense?
Defense.
Defense, and it's not an edge rusher. Well, maybe it's maybe it's Adebawore, but I'm trying to think. Is it Breesy?
They keep panning towards the podium, but he's not coming out.
Is it Breesy?
I know.
Yeah.
Is it Breesy?
Oh, he's coming out.
Oh, I hope this is Breesy or Kancey.
The number 19 pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kalijah Kancey.
Kancey. Oh, that makes me happy. That makes me happy for Matt. I do not like Kancey. All right, so here's my issue with Kancey. He will now be the shortest arm defensive lineman to come into the draft and be drafted in the first round, while not like at all being able to hold up against a run, and not being able to hold up against a run in ACC, let alone what it's going to be at the pro level. I don't think he's going to have a spot on first and second down right away. And I think he's going to be a pass rush specialist only until he can put on some more weight. And even once he does that, his arms really, 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 really scare me.
You know who you sound like?
Who?
Everyone that talked about Aaron Donald.
Yeah, but see, because Aaron Donald could play the run. Aaron Donald didn't have short arms either. People didn't like Aaron Donald because
he was a
small.
tiny defensive tackle.
I know, but he didn't have short arms. He had like 34-inch arms. Kancey has like 31.5 inches. It's like, I mean,
he had
Aaron
32. His arm length is Aaron Donald's is 32 and 5/8. Kalijah Kancey's is 30 and 5/8.
That's 2 inches. That's a big difference. And the thing too is Donald played the run right away in the ACC. Kancey cannot. And I was a big Ed Oliver guy too going into the
Ed Oliver.
Was it 2019 draft? I loved him, and he's been a fine player, but I don't know if he's been worth the 9th overall pick.
No. I think this is going to be one of those that goes down as like, dang, congratulations, Buccaneers. Like, you might have got him a little maybe sooner than folks think. But, like, Kalijah Kancey, in that style of defense, here's the only thing I'm going to say about that defense. It's something that I want to do. I love it. He's coming from Pat Narduzzi. They run a 4-3 press quarters defense. Like I've talked with to you guys before.
Yeah.
That's the same defense that produced Jarrell Worthy, William Golston, who didn't do anything. Like they didn't do anything with that quarters defense because it's constant pressure. Your corners are in your mouth, and that's the issue. And at Pittsburgh, obviously his handwork was all like he did great.
Yes.
And rushed the passer, a lot of TFLs, like he did his thing. But when you took him out, I mean, I guess that's the thing you should judge if he's good. If you take a player out, how good is that defense?
Well, that's also I think that also judges how good a defense is. But to your point, I think if a player lived up to their potential and is going to be an all-pro out of anyone in this draft, I think Kancey, like, if all of them live up to their potential, Kancey could be one of the best players if he lives up to it. So, Ryan, Jackson Smith Najigba here would be a lot of fun. And there's been a lot of rumors that they want to do it because Kyle Lockett is on his way out.
Right.
It would be really fun to see this.
I'm also looking up to see because I'm trying to find comparable deals that a trade up would be, right?
Do you want JSN?
I mean, potentially, that would you want to talk about resetting the rookie clock on a position. Well, why not do it for your wide receiver core? I hear Chase Claypool is very confident in what he can do, but why not? I mean, I don't know.
Dude, I need Nolan Smith to drop to 30. And then if that happens, Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nakobe Dean, and Nolan Smith. Again, give me the best college defense to ever do it. That's one heck of a way to do it. So
you ever hear that? I know off topic, but you ever hear that? I watched it on TikTok. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Saban said the best job in college football, hands down. He said it. It was like Mark Reich's last year. He said the best job in the world is Georgia, like Georgia is the best. And if anyone goes there, if anyone does it like correctly, it'll be a powerhouse forever. And and look what Kirby Smart's doing. Like,
yeah.
Shoot, Alabama had to go get a quarterback in the portal now.
Yeah. So, Kyle, we see your comment. I don't think we should probably post it on the live stream, but but yes, the Georgia has the potential, like you said. I don't know. It'll be fun. Ryan, when does our next guest come on?
Thomas Gorski from Vikings territory is scheduled to come on right after the Vikings pick. I just talked to him. What is this? PG?
Right after the Vikings pick.
Yes.
So, okay.
I literally just heard from him. He's kind of busy right now. So
that's totally fine.
Right after the Vikings pick.
And like you said, we have guests. We have we're moving from guest to guest to guest. So right after Coach Tyler's gone, someone's going to come in. Right after that person comes in, we're going to have a Cowboys fan come in for you guys. And right after the Cowboys fan comes in, we're going to have another guest surrounded out for you guys. And it's just going to be bam, 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 bam. So we got a lot of guests, a little slate of guests coming up for you guys. So, stay tuned for that.
Okay, so I'm looking at Will Levis's top 30 visits. Oh, man. I'm seeing a lot of stuff about the Patriots, but they took Christian Gonzalez. I
wouldn't be surprised if the Texans or if the Titans traded back in.
Well, the Seahawks are still going, so there might be a trade rolling here.
They are into the late. I mean, they've got a minute remaining. I mean, keep in mind as well, Jackson Smith and Jigba still available as far as
Cowboys fans have the potential to be really, really happy with Jackson Smith-Njigba or Zay Flowers there because I know that's been a big thing they've wanted. So, I don't know.
That'd be interesting as well because, I mean, what's their wide receiver core look like right now?
The Cowboys, they have Michael Gallup, who disappointed, and they have CeeDee Lamb, and then they have Jalen Tolbert, who they drafted in the third round last year, who absolutely stunk. So basically, the only good wide receiver they have is CeeDee Lamb and Gallup, but Gallup really, really did not play well last season. Yeah. He's kind of washed now at this point.
Man, CeeDee's a dude.
CeeDee's a dog. CeeDee absolutely is a dog. But as we saw it last year in the playoffs, Dak really didn't have anyone to throw to outside of CeeDee Lamb. So
man, imagine if Baltimore gets Jackson Smith and Jigba.
That would be a lot of fun.
So what's the bigger question mark here? Jackson Smith and Jigba or Will Levis?
Jackson Smith and Jigba. Will Levis, I'm not surprised that he's taking a little bit of a tumble down the board. But all we heard throughout the entire process was there's one first round wide receiver, and that's Jackson Smith and Jigba. But I'm just really surprised he's not off the board yet. But as I said, going to the process,
Johnson.
I'm a big guy. I like Q a lot.
Imagine him and DK. What do you do?
That exactly. It'd be a lot.
Wow.
Ryan, quit looking at the picks early, dude.
I'm sorry.
Is it Will Levis?
I'm just saying. So the Jackson Smith and Jigba isn't even ranked as like the top guy available. Like the best available on ESPN is Will Levis, then Dalton Kincaid, then Nolan Smith, then JSN.
Ooh, I could see them trying to go Nolan Smith here too.
I don't.
If they build another,
if I had to guess, it's Jackson Smith and Jigba. I'd be very surprised if he gets past this point.
Be a nice jersey.
So
I think side note, I love the Seahawks jerseys. I think that's a nice jersey. Everybody hates on the neon green. I love the neon.
The neon greens are awful. Ugh. And this is coming from a dude who's a Kelly Green fan. The neon greens are bad.
Oh, I'm a big fan. Take some time.
Blue. The Chargers powder blue. I'm a big fan of.
They've got a bunch of guests coming up to go ahead and announce this.
Levis might go to
I'm assuming that's state football champions or something like that.
Probably, but.
Yep.
Yeah, to this point, it's JSN. We see in that. It's JSN. It's JSN. Wait, is it actually?
Yeah,
that's the pick. It's Jackson Smith and Jigba.
What'd that say? Whoop, whoop. Bang.
The Giant. If I'm the Giants, I'm mad.
If I'm the Vikings, I'm mad. Zay Flowers, Hyatt, or Kincaid, I think are the picks here.
See, like
Hyatt going this early too.
I'm not a fan of Hyatt, but that's like they need speed. Like they're desperate
go in the
for
third,
anyone who can run fast. I'm telling you,
I have him going in the second, but I think he could go in the third.
I agree. I'm not a Hyatt fan, as we've kind of discussed, but they need speed. That's what they need. They don't have anyone to stretch the field on that offense. It's bad.
See, like I don't know. I like Zay Flowers. He's different, but I bet he goes to the Chargers.
Yeah.
That's a fantasy hidden gem, by the way. Jackson Smith and Jigba to the Seahawks. That'll be good. I'm sorry to cut you off, though.
I'm not a fan of him. I don't like JSN, and I say like because I like everyone. It's really hard for me not to like.
Yeah.
But again, we're watching this highlight. That was Marvin Harrison Jr. on the top of the screen on the slant, and then Julian Fleming. He's playing the slot. You know how easy it is to dominate in the slot? No one can get in your mouth. Like no one can get in your grill and say, because him doing this right now, he ain't doing that to Joey Porter Jr. Here's in the backfield. Clark Phillips isn't on him.
Who's still available as well.
Like Porter and Banks are still available. Wow.
I think Clark Phillips can handle it. Joey Porter Jr. can handle him, but he's playing.
I don't know about Clark Phillips. Clark Phillips is tiny. Like I don't know about Clark Phillips. I'm lower on Clark Phillips just because he gets bodied by bigger wide receivers at all. Anyone who's physical in the slightest bodies him. And then the natural progression to put Clark Phillips in the slot, which they did a little bit this past season, he just looked uncomfortable. He looked like he did not know what he was doing when he couldn't play press. So I don't know.
Like I guess it's perfect because you have DK on the outside.
Yeah.
But I just don't
chiming in. Not a fantasy gem.
I just don't think JSN is cool. Play the slot. It's hard to do that in the NFL. Like to be like that is hard. But being a slot wide receiver in college, like I said, you're avoiding Joey Porter Jr. And they're not going to they're not going to put Joey Porter on you to cover you in a slot. Like he's an outside corner. He's going to do his thing. Like you're just that. It's like Chris Olave and Garrett Wilson again played on the outside and in the slot. They showed they can do both.
Yeah.
All those highlights show JSN one time on the outside, and it's because I think he ran a whip route.
Yeah. Yep.
Everything else was in the slot, so I'm not.
He's a good route runner, but I have been lower on JSN as well. So yes. So I kind of need them to do Zay here, by the way. I need Zay to go here because
why can't Dalton Kincaid be the option here?
He absolutely could be. He absolutely could be. I need it to be Zay though, because I have the Cowboys fan we have going here in the draft really wants Zay or Jackson Smith-Njigba. So it'd be great. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So
I mean,
man, yeah, it's Zay. It's got to be Zay Flowers, right? Like,
yeah,
the speed right there. I mean, let's see. Who's the next up? Oh, okay. I know he's not going in the first, but I've been a huge fan of Zach Charbonnet ever since the combine. I kind of read up a little bit more on him and everything. He's not going in the first, in my opinion, but like, I mean,
I wouldn't run it past the Eagles and be doing something like that.
I just forgot that he's like existed temporarily. So like the fact that the Bears could kind of maybe still get that is interesting.
Tajay Spears.
You love Tajay Spears.
He's gonna do something. And all I'm gonna sit here is like what I said when the Bears drafted Cole Kmet. And that's the only reason why I hate Cole Kmet, because I wanted Antoine Winfield Jr. And Tajay Spears is going to make a lot of teams look stupid.
So, oh man, I'm just sitting here thinking. So if you're Jacksonville, I mean, Nolan Smith is still available.
I know.
Like, are you just praying that he falls?
At that point, yes.
I think you got to stop getting those skinny dudes.
Yeah.
Like I'm not. Like, it sucks, but Jacksonville doesn't run a 3-4. You know, your people are running 4-man fronts. And yes, Nolan's a little bit stronger than Josh Allen, but like, you need to stop doing it, because eventually, if you're not a long arm, tall freak, you ain't gonna do it. Like,
wow. Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. Dude, all right, I'm gonna shut up for a second.
I need you to quit.
Well, see, dude, you get excited, so I'm going to look.
So
I'm not looking.
I get it. My bad. So, all right. I personally, I like the fit. That's what I'm going to say. Let's see. So yeah, Baltimore's up next. Can you guys can still hear me, right?
Yep.
Dude, oh my goodness. If Brands falls to 30. Oof.
Sorry, Siri keeps popping up. She wants to talk to me all the time. But yeah, so it's just okay. Yeah, I will wait.
Or Banks Reporter at 30. Oh. Okay, well.
Why can't I find it?
I accidentally saw it, so I know what it is.
That's stupid.
Should we announce it right now, or should we wait?
No. Let Coach Tyler wait.
Dude, why can I not find it? Like, this is dumb.
It's funny because
damn it, I found it. Dang it, I
was gonna say.
I love it though. It's awesome.
I do. I'm a fan of it. I'm a big fan of it.
The commissioner's coming out. Everybody, it's Quentin Johnston.
Big Q.
He's the best receiver.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big Q fan. I'm glad we can agree.
Baltimore, Deontay Banks,
Zay Flowers or Deontay Banks or Porter.
Well, don't you have a guy coming? Don't you have a guy coming in at 22?
Yeah, we have someone. Well, yeah, I think we have someone going to pop up here soon.
We're trying to. He said you can stay on until he pops in the queue. He said that he would be in after the Vikings pick. So
you can stay on until he pops up. Yeah,
you can have more time. I promise. It's okay. But yes, so I like the pick. The only thing is that from what I had read is that catching in traffic is a little bit of a struggle for him.
It's so hard because at times you see him absolutely just use his size and dominate guys. And then 2 plays later, he can't he couldn't catch a pass over Clark Phillips or something like that. Not that he didn't play Clark Phillips, but that's just the example I'm using. He's so inconsistent, but if someone can teach him, like Mike Williams, how to high point a ball, he could be a absolute stud with his physical tools the man has.
That's the thing, man. He's like the body catches suck.
Yes.
Like, that's his downfall is the body catches. That's why. And his hands are so, but I mean, his stealing is the DK and AJ Brown, the dudes who are going to streak past you. But he also reminds me of Kevin White. So, like, I also think that's why he dropped so far, because Kevin White looked great, made the big body catches, ran past everyone, and didn't do anything for the Bears. So,
yeah.
This is if you want to make this a Baltimore pick, like a true Baltimore pick, get Nolan Smith right now.
Well, I'm thinking Banks, because if anyone, Deontay Banks goes to Maryland and lived, 20 minutes.
I was thinking that same exact thing. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but Roquan, Patrick Queen, your Ray Lewis kind of mix, and then you get a T Sizzle kind of guy and Nolan Smith. Oh
yeah.
But I doubt it. They did just sign. How funny! They just signed Lamar Jackson, promised to get him a receiver, and they don't get him anything.
Yeah, that's so weird.
Well,
I mean, they got
I
him.
Wouldn't be surprised.
But
I wouldn't be surprised if like D-Hop or something.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know. We'll see. It'll be fun.
Nolan Smith has taken a tumble, though. I thought that he was going to be picked way, way earlier, like top 20 easily.
Yeah.
It's because those small dudes, they're not succeeding in the NFL.
Look at Reddick.
Yeah, that's the one person you can say, but but that's the thing. Why did the Eagles give him a 1-year contract?
Well, the Eagles didn't give him a 1-year contract.
Yeah. I mean, didn't they re-sign, or they re-signed him?
No, so the Cardinals gave him a 1-year contract. The Eagles signed him for 3 years. So, but
okay.
Like you said, I mean, it's speculation, and it took him until his 4th year in the NFL to actually develop into a quality pass rusher.
That's what I was just about to say.
Those small guys, like you said, it takes a long time for them to actually, if they even reach their ceiling, to have an impact.
Yeah, you're not trying to wait that long. And I think the only reason why he did get 16 sacks for the Eagles, look at everyone else you got to worry about on that D line.
Well, everyone else on the defense, we had 5 guys with 10+ sacks. It was wild.
Yeah, so like you can't block anyone.
Yeah.
Like you're trying to figure out. So of course Reddick did his thing. Carolina, you had Brian Burns, who length is skinny, but is actually a true hand in the dirt defensive end. So of course he had 11 sacks. And then he figured his stuff out in his last year with the Cardinals, but I'm pretty sure that's the year they had Chandler Jones, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And Chandler Jones did his thing. So is Hassan Reddick just a product of who's around him?
No, come on.
But again, think about it. Chandler Jones had how many sacks that year?
True.
The dude almost led the NFL in sacks. I think at a certain point you have to say that, you have to give him you got to give him his flowers, I think.
I give it, but he's 2.5 sacks his rookie year, 4 sacks year 2.
That's saying, though, they did not know how to use him. At that point, they were using him at they were using him as an actual linebacker, which was pretty bad. They were using him as a linebacker. And
I'll give you another name, another skinny guy, which Ryan will know right away. Leonard Floyd.
Oh.
So let's look at Leonard Floyd, who has roughly the same amount of career sacks as Hassan Reddick.
Yes.
So
played well.
7 sacks, perfect, awesome. You have Khalil Mack. No, he didn't even have Khalil Mack his rookie year. 4 sacks with Khalil Mack, that sucked. 3 sacks, then 10.5 but you also have the best player in football on the inside that takes 3 linemen to block, and then 9.5, 9. Like, again, those tall, skinny dudes.
Brian Burns, though.
But I said Brian Burns played in a true 4-3, hand in your dirt type defensive end who has those moves to play. He did that at Florida State. So he's not, you can't, like, that's a hard speculation. Yeah. Nolan Smith is bigger and stronger than I think Floyd and Reddick. So that's the only shocking part. But everything else is kind of, it's hard to get those skinny dudes. Josh Allen, like, I mean, he might be your only thing because he's using his speed. Yeah. But, like, that's still hard.
Well, to that point, though, the weird thing when watching Nolan Smith on tape was the things that you'd expect him to be really good at. So as a dude, like, as small as him, you'd expect him to be kind of that fast twitch. And he was not very good at that. But then the things you didn't expect him to be at with his power, his speed to power was wild. And his ability to, like, clog the run lanes was way higher than what I thought. So it was really weird because he isn't as quick. I mean, I know he ran that really, really good 40 time. But on film, he wasn't very quick and twitchy, but he was powerful, which you didn't really expect. So Nolan Smith is a weird case. Because like you said, most of the time, those tall, skinny guys are really quick on film. And Nolan Smith didn't really show that much on film. So he's a really weird prospect.
Let me just say this really quick. It's 9:45 p.m. And it is, I mean, the pick's already in for the Ravens at 22. Which means we have just about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks remaining in this year's first round. This has been going very fast.
Yes, it has.
Yeah,
like
this pick has been longer, but like you said, yeah.
Pick 22, Ravens select Zay Flowers.
Yep.
Not bad.
I like that. I think he's better than JSN.
Not bad. So
wow. So bam, back to back, JSN, Q, and Flowers.
Jordan
There's
Addison.
Not a lot of way.
I'm thinking
if you like
Addison
Jordan
goes to
Addison,
Minnesota.
I don't like Addison.
I'm thinking he hits Minnesota, and you just see him all fall off the board right now.
Yeah, just 1, 2, 3, 4, and then after that, I mean, like, if you're the Cowboys, do you even think about taking like a Josh Downs?
No.
This early?
No,
I wouldn't. I would not. But Jerry Jones, I would not.
I'm looking at an edge rusher for Dallas. Then absolutely. I mean,
they have T-Law. They have T-Law and Parsons though.
I'm just saying you have Nolan Smith and you also have Myles Murphy.
Yes, Myles Murphy.
Both available.
Love him. Yes. I love Myles Murphy.
I thank you. I'm a Murphy stand.
The issue is because, again, people don't hold grudges, but Khalil Ferrell, I thought was that dude too. But I also think the Raiders screwed him over.
Oh, absolutely.
Because he is – so, like, that's the thing. If you're a team that's trying to transition your defense, schemes matter at this level. Like, let's just be honest. You're not drafting Hassan Reddick to be a 4-3 defensive end, even though he is. Like, you're not doing that. Like, it's just – it is what it is. But, like, Myles Murphy – his speed, the quickness, like speed, the power. Speed.
Yes,
that's what the same. I think about Brian Brzee. Those are 2 second round. I think they're going to be, if they make it to the second round, are going to be those second round picks that you look back and you're like, what is wrong with people?
Yep.
You know, and you see a Lucas Van Ness, who I think is George Karlaftis 2.0. Like they're the same player.
I like him better than George.
Yeah, George just had a lot of pressure, couldn't get there. Lucas, at least, he played the 1, 3, and 5 technique. So,
yeah.
I just want to say this really quick as well. Reflecting on what's gone on so far in the first round, it hurts to say this just because we mocked him here like every single time. I feel so bad for Joey Porter right now.
Dude, I know.
I mean, I understand like he's still on the board. The Steelers could make a trade up for him and everything, but I mean, obviously you want to play for your old man's team. That's it, you know?
Yeah.
So
Well, I mean
that's gotta hurt.
They own the 32nd pick.
Yeah.
They own the 32nd pick.
Yeah.
So if he continues to slide,
could be there. Or you could, like I said, you could see a trade up for not very much, you know.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not saying it would happen up here.
A third round pick, something.
See, they must see something. That's the weird thing, you know. That's the Joey Porter Jr. must not have showed that what you want in that dog.
Well, that's what surprises me is on film he was aggressive, and like the knock on Joey Porter was that he was a little bit skinnier. But then you saw a guy like Emmanuel Forbes go, and I don't know. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Like Forbes. Skinny. Joey Porter has the name Joey Porter. Plays like his dad in a more athletic position. Like when you have to be a corner, you have to be the cockiest person on the football field. If you aren't, you're not going to succeed. Like quiet guys, yes, do stuff. But there's a reason why Jalen's number one because he's cocky. You know, there's Richard Sherman, cocky. Okay, like
you got to be able to talk a little bit of smack.
Yeah, and you have to have that forgetful memory because you're going to get burned. You're going to lose.
Tell me about it, Coach.
Exactly. You're going to lose. What are you going to do the next play?
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Minnesota. I don't know what Minnesota's going to do. I don't know what they need.
They need skills. So they need cornerback or they need wide receiver. I think it'll be one of the two.
Shoot. Dalton Kincaid fell very far. We have Michael Myers still here. And, I mean, since he needs a tight end, they're available. I mean, I think that's an option. Dallas could be able to steal that as well. I just can't see Jordan Addison falling out of the top 25 at this point.
Jordan Addison's going to the Giants if he doesn't. Because
that's what I'm thinking.
Like Jacksonville, maybe, but now you're getting Calvin Ridley. Jaguars are the best team in the AFC South.
Yes.
And I know it's terrible because the Colts and the Texans just drafted the quarterbacks, but it doesn't matter. The next 10 years, the Jaguars will still be the best team in the AFC South.
Yeah.
Because of the most important position, and that's quarterback. Like when the Texans, if CJ Stroud's the dude, which I don't think he is, he's gonna figure it. Like if he does figure it out, cool. You're still way behind Trevor Lawrence. There's a reason why, and that's why I'm shocked that cognitive test with CJ Stroud, 18%, dude. Like,
yeah.
You watched on those highlights, they're like, man, he makes all these great throws. Well, I just watched him stare at Marvin Harrison Jr. for 5 seconds. No one sacked him. All he did was roll out. Cool, still staring at Marvin Harrison Jr. Like,
hear me out here. Why wouldn't the Vikings go Will Levis here?
That's what I'm saying. It's absolutely a possibility here. They for the past 2 or 3 years have been trying to find a guy to replace Kirk. And if your concern is that like Will Levis needs to develop, which I think you're absolutely crazy if you think that because he played in a pro style offense. But if that is your concern, sit him behind Kirk Cousins for 6 games. Sit him behind Kirk Cousins for 18 games. I don't know. I think I like that.
You would you would make me lose my little family bet that I have going on, so that wouldn't be cool. But whatever.
Yeah.
I might avoid that.
Well, I had to step away, but to your quarterback point, Coach. I mean, look at a dude who absolutely shined this past year in Sauce Gardner. I mean, dude just talks trash. I mean, he's famous for wearing his cheese head, which is kind of ironic now looking at, Aaron Rodgers and stuff.
He said he would burn it too. So
yeah, he did say that. But like you said, you have to think you're the best player on the field to play that position.
And that's the thing. He played. And that's like when you draft anyone in the FCS level, anything lower or like not a Power 5 in the SEC or Big Ten, like, okay, what do they do? Well, I watched him against Jamison Williams, John Mechie, and he looked exactly what he did. He looked different.
Yep.
I'm just thinking, do you know how mad Matt would be if the Saints picked? Oh, no, he might not. I'm just saying Levis.
He would be mad if the Saints picked Levis. Oh, he'd be mad. The Vikings are taking a little bit of time, man.
The pick
had
is
a
in.
last. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna turn my notifications back on.
Yeah, I
No,
just
I'm
saw
not.
it.
I don't
I
know
just
if I
saw
want
it,
to.
so
do that.
you might not want to.
I mean, the best fit is Joey Porter Jr. So
I agree.
Coach-
I agree.
Coach, if the Bears somehow trade into the first round, because David Kaplan on Twitter is sitting here saying, "Do it, just do it," we'll try and find a way to get you back on the show if you're available.
Yes.
It's school night, so I totally understand. Which, by the way, I'm not entirely sure if we announced it here on the show. However, ladies and gentlemen, our friend who has sat here for probably about an hour talking to us about football, like he always has, Coach Tyler, congratulations on your head coaching position. Congratulations. That's a huge, huge step. I know it's something you've always wanted to kind of work towards and everything, and it's definitely well earned. I'm excited to see what you do this upcoming season, definitely following and keeping track as well. So congratulations.
I appreciate it. I think you're going to see you're not going to see the crummy Bishop Mold team that from years past. And I'm going to send you guys a play of my number one wide receiver and just show again, he's 6'2", and he faced the 6'1" corner from Wheeler. So that sucks. But I just think
I called it though.
Yeah. I just think you're going to see some people leading the state in some stats this year. So
that's awesome. Yeah. I might have to go behind the scenes and maybe, take a look at that. The trade. Hold on a second. Trade. Giants are on the clock. I'm sorry.
Well, who are they moving up for?
There you go. I just sent it to you guys.
Brian Branch,
awesome.
Maybe.
Wow, I forgot that he was still available too. Because what are their needs? I mean, they need DB.
Absolutely, just mossed him.
He had 3 catches all year.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm here to throw it. I'm here to show him off.
Yes, we like that.
24 for 25, 160, and 240. So just a couple D3 picks.
Yeah. I wonder who they're moving up for. I would have to think it's for Branch. I would have to think it's for Branch. It's not an edge. I would be surprised if it's an edge. Imagine it's Will Levis here.
Bro.
Oh, that'd be so fun.
Ooh, what if they get Joey Porter Jr.?
Yes. Oh my goodness. I didn't even think about that. It's probably one of the corners. It's a DB, I think.
Yeah. What receivers even available?
There's not, unless it's like Josh Downs or something. They'd be
Jonathan Mingo is ranked the best receiver available.
I know.
Love Jonathan Mingo.
I like Mingo. Don't love him as much as what people. He reminds me of a small AJ Brown. Ironically, that's how he plays.
It's crazy. The top 5 best receivers according to ESPN that's available. None of them are Josh Downs. You've got Mingo at 1, Jaden Reed at 2, Jalen Hyatt at 3, Cedric Tillman at 4, Marvin Mims at 5, and then Downs at 6.
I like
dude. You're gonna get playmakers. You're gonna get playmakers at wide receiver at some point in this draft. Someone who can at least do something, I think. But I see your guys ready, so I appreciate you guys letting me come on here and
of course.
And talking football, I can talk for hours. So
like I said, if they trade back though, jump back in and we will have you right back on.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I'll be watching.
All right. Thanks again, Coach. Congratulations.
Thank you.
See ya.
No,
right.
before we hop him in here real quick, it looks like the guest we had lined up for the Vikings.
He's not in just yet. I'm trying to get a hold of him.
Yes. So if he can't hop in, we might have our Cowboys guest jump in a little bit earlier than expected. But we're still gonna try to see if the Vikings guest can pop in at least for a pick or two for maybe 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
That being said, this first round has been a lot of fun so far.
Absolutely. Let's see. All right. So I just got a text from him. He said yes. Hold on. So he's joining in.
Yep.
So I say the Giants and Jaguars picks. The Giants pick is in. So I say we let him talk just a little bit about Jordan Addison and everything. Let him take the Jacksonville pick, and then from there we'll just, kind of part ways as well from that. And then we'll have our Cowboys guest on. And then we'll have our Saints guest on after that.
Yes.
So, but yes, so our little time slots that we set up originally are a little thrown off, but it should be okay.
Yes. Cowboys guest, if you can come to the camera a little bit so I can see you. If he can hear me.
He can hear you. It's in the queue. He might have said
I know, but I was wondering. It's okay. I'm just wondering if it's going to be one guest or two guests, Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
Or guests. I'm wondering if it's going to be one of you or two of you. So just whenever you come back to your phone, just show one or two into the camera so we can see. I'm just trying to plan it out. Obviously, it'll be okay. I'm just trying to figure out how many voices we're going to have to kind of work around in balance. So he probably stepped out of the room, I think, knowing him.
Yeah, more than likely.
Okay. Giants pick, though. What do you think?
I'm thinking it's got to be
DB. I think it has to be a DB.
Joey Porter, maybe.
Joey Porter, Banks, or
they're saying that's the best fit. Levis could honestly. I think he's going to fall out of the first round.
I would not be surprised. I think a team will probably trade up to get him. Cough, the Titans. But I think a team will probably trade up to pick up so they can get his 5th year. Titans, if you want to trade back, into the first round and give us your 3rd round pick this year, that'd be awesome. I'd absolutely take that. That's 7 spots. That's a 3rd round pick. Oh my gosh.
Got to be a defensive.
That would be so much fun. If we got their 3rd round pick, that'd be so much fun. We'd have 1 first or we'd have 1 second and 3 thirds. Oh, that'd be so much fun. I didn't even pay attention to a lot of the middle rounds here just because the Eagles only had 2 picks. But I kind of really want Sidney Brown or Dwan Jones is still on the board. Oh my gosh. I texted today. I texted in our group chat today because one of our closer friends who's been on the podcast will come on later. Don't want to say his name. You guys probably, if you guys watch, there it is.
All right.
There he is.
Our Vikings guest has come on just as the Giants pick is in. Thomas Gorski, he has absolutely lit the Bears Twitter on fire.
Bears Twitter.
Let's go ahead and join him in here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the show. Definitely not going to be the last time you see Gorski here in the show. But nonetheless, first off, my question is, since you've come in after the Vikings pick, how are you feeling about Jordan Addison replacing Adam Thielen?
Yeah, I think this is a home run pick. He was my wide receiver too before the draft even started here. What he did at Pittsburgh was absolutely special. Going over the USC, obviously with a different offense with Caleb Williams, he suffered a few injuries, unfortunately. But, this is a guy that is perfect to be just a compliment, just an absolute compliment to Justin Jefferson. This is a pick that takes the pressure off Justin Jefferson. This is we could be looking at potentially Chris Carter, Randy Moss 2.0. This is a guy that could be a number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah.
And it's a pick that had to happen. It was a must. You got to get more explosive on offense.
The commissioner is making his way to the stage. We have a trade, another trade to announce. The Bills are now on the clock. They have traded up. The Giants are selecting Maryland corner Deonte Banks with their pick.
Yep. That's a good pick.
That is a good pick, but my question is, what's going on with Joey Porter at this?
I know Joey Porter's taken. Maybe that's why they moved up, though.
Yeah. This is crazy because they're jumping Dallas at that point. Jacksonville. I need to know what Jacksonville's getting then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see.
It's pick 27 and 130.
Yep, that's what I was just about to say. So yeah, so
fourth rounder.
Not bad at all. Like I said, I mean, these late first round picks aren't really going for very much for compensation.
No, they're not.
I mean, not that the Bears would really do that, but I think it would be interesting just to dive back in for me, just entertainment purposes. But anyway, so
I got a question for you, Thomas. Then, with you guys taking a wide receiver here with your guys' third round pick, where do you see the Vikings going? Maybe DB, cornerback. What do you think happens here with the third round pick tomorrow night?
Yeah, I think the most logical, would be for them to move back from 87. I can see them moving back about 10 spots, gaining like another fifth. But if not, I mean, I think corner. I mean, Justin. I believe his name's Justin Brents from Kansas State. I think that's a guy that they can target. A DJ Turner from Michigan. I'm not sure if he'll be available. That's a tough one. I mean, there's a lot of directions they could go. I am curious to see what happens with Dalvin Cook and Zadarius Smith, because those are guys. Yeah. Those are guys that I've heard could be rumored to be traded for like third or fourth round picks. Miami picks 84. I could see Dalvin Cook being dealt. There's a lot of directions they could go. I could even see, maybe them trying to move up. Who knows how far Hooker starts to fall into the second.
Yeah.
Oh no. I mean, there is a lot of options they have, but I think being able to land a Jordan Addison, I think that's just a pick. That was probably the best case scenario. For a second, I thought it was going to be Will Levis. Not going to lie to you guys. I was a little worried. But, But, I think they got this one right. I'm a big fan of Addison. He is a guy that I think easily could be the number one receiver in this draft class. And I was surprised he fell as far as he did. But I figured receivers would go kind of late. But once I was surprised by Johnston going as early as he did. I thought that would have been Addison range.
Yeah. Let me just say this as well before Buffalo makes their pick. Dare I say that an edge rusher might make sense here as well?
For Buffalo?
With Von Miller being out after his ACL tear, and even if he does come back, you're mentoring a young, that's not what they're doing at all. Actually, that's wow. Okay. I'm doing this again. I'm sorry.
Jumping the Cowboys, I don't know if this is for sure, but their worry might be defensive tackle. And like I said, the reason they lost their playoff game is because they couldn't stop the run. And a little biasly being a Michigan fan, but I don't think it's too biased. The best run-stuffing defensive tackle in this class is Mazi Smith. And the Cowboys have shown interest in Mazi Smith. So if that's who they want, I wouldn't be surprised if they jump the Cowboys to get their run-stuffing defensive tackle that they really, really need, because their issue in the playoff game when they lost was they couldn't stop the run. So I could see that also being a pick here for them. I am stunned here. So yes, what I was going to say as well. Let's talk about this really quick before we do have to let you go because of our next guest as well. So obviously we're going to have you on the podcast at some point in shape and time just to argue a little bit more. But Marcus Davenport.
I would love to talk NFC North with you at least a little bit before you go. So obviously all of Bears Twitter knows who you are. Everybody hates you. As far as that goes. What's your personal vendetta against Ryan Pace? I'm just kidding. But no, really, how's your reaction to everything going? And what's your genuine prediction for unbiased prediction for the NFC North standings this next season?
Yeah, I think the Vikings should still be the favorite. I mean, I think adding Addison, I think this offense is ready to take that next step forward. I mean, you got Hawkinson in his prime at 25, Addison now, JJ's 23. Don't know what the running back room is going to look like outside of Madison. Kind of know what you're getting out of Kirk. Brian Flores, just the fact of Brian Flores stepping in the building improves that defense to top 20 at least, I would say. I think the Bears, you just got to wait and you really got to see if Fields takes that next step. I mean, that's really ultimately what it comes down to. You're beefing up that offensive line. You got you got a bruiser and Foreman in the backfield. Herbert, I mean, you don't let Montgomery walk unless you got a lot of faith in Herbert. Or or maybe you take Zach Charbonnet tomorrow night. Who knows?
That's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, but I mean, the receivers, I mean, I think the receiving core is definitely improved. The defense is looking a little shaky. I thought for sure Carter was going to be the pick at 9 there, but I think Poles played it safe, and I think it was the right pick going offensive line at 9 or 10, 10, because I think your investment's Justin Fields. The investment's Justin Fields. You could figure out the defense another time. Because if you don't nail the quarterback position and you don't take care of it, it doesn't really matter what you got on defense. So Detroit, I've been a little confused by the Jahmyr. I was pretty confused by the Jahmyr Gibbs pick, but Jack Campbell. But it makes me think a DeAndre Swift trade could be on the horizon. So
that's exactly what I was saying as well. Are you at least a little bit worried about Detroit taking that number 1 with how difficult the Vikings schedule should be now that they finished first in the division?
Yeah, I mean, I think arguably, that Detroit was maybe even the best team from top to bottom last year in the NFC North, even though the record didn't necessarily show it. They just unfortunately peaked kind of late. That's just the unfortunate part. Like they lost a lot of close games at the beginning of the year. But then towards the end, I mean, they really put it together. And I think it speaks volume. Knowing your season's already over and you put on that type of performance against Green Bay with literally nothing to play for, I think it just speaks volume of the culture that Dan Campbell has set in there. And I think they're going to take that into this season. I am curious to see how they handle not having Jameson Williams for the early part of the year and now all of these running backs. That's going to be the most difficult part to kind of evaluate. But I think their defense will take a step forward. I really like Jack Campbell a lot. I don't know if I like the value of where he was picked, but I like the player a lot, and that's just a Dan Campbell pick. And then obviously Green Bay, we don't know. We just don't know what Green Bay looks like with Jordan Love. We don't know who he is. He hasn't played enough.
Yeah. But, so Dalton Kincaid was the pick for the Bills.
Cowboys fans.
With that. We have our next guest lined up, so we got to bring in our Cowboys fans here. Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
No problem.
Even though it was short-lived, we will definitely be in touch to get you on the show later on, okay?
Yes.
Absolutely. Looking forward to it. Thanks for having me on.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
All right. So bringing them in. Here we go.
Before we hear your reaction, bud, 1 or 2 of you, is it just going to be you tonight, or is it going to be the other one?
Hold on, I can barely hear you, homie. All right, speak again.
Is it going to be just you tonight, or is it going to be you? And,
I think it's just me tonight, man.
That sounds good. How are you feeling right now as a Cowboys fan? You were really hoping for one of the wide receivers, all 4 of them, boom, 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 and then your backup option there was Kincaid for the pass catcher. Is the option now Michael Mayer?
You don't even realize, man. Like as a Cowboys fan, I set myself up for like so many highs and lows in the draft. So I was like, oh, we can get Bijan. Oh, what if Zay Flowers, the next Tyreek Hill, comes to the Cowboys? Like, I knew it wasn't going to happen. You guys don't realize how upset I was when Quentin Johnson went off the board. Because, like, he was sliding a little bit. I thought he was going to come to us. And so, like, Dalton Kincaid, like, I watched him a lot at Utah because I'm a Pac-12 guy.
Pac-12.
And so, like, I love Dalton Kincaid. He's going to a good fan base, but I hate it.
Yeah.
Bro, the Eagles, man. Actually, the Eagles did fine. The Eagles did great. But okay, here's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I was gonna say Eagles. What are you talking about?
No, I was gonna say the Eagles made me upset. But who made me more upset was the Bears.
I bet you did. I bet as a Cowboys fan, you're like, Bears, take
Ryan,
Carter.
Ryan, you can't be happy, bro.
So I'm happy about it. I've talked myself into it. This guy, he didn't let up a single sack against SEC talent this past season. He's a very solid right tackle. He's durable. So, I mean, at the end of the day, that's exactly what we needed. It's not a sexy pick per se, but it's definitely something that needed to happen. I can't stress this enough, though. It's not attractive.
I don't see how the Cowboys Michael Mayer reads Jason Witten. Like, not in terms of that's who he's going to be. That's not in terms like he's going to end up being the next Jason Witten. Yes. But like in terms of his physical ability, no, of course we didn't want to get Dalton Kincaid. We didn't want some fast, like agile athlete of a tight end. No, we want this Ofi dude who's gonna stand there, look at the ball, and drop it. That's what we're gonna get.
Okay. I will not. People liked Kincaid more than Mayer. I'm a Mayer stan. Mayer, I think, is the best tight end in this class all around. Mayer's at the catch point is compared to no one in this class. Not a single person, including wide receivers, even including Kincaid, not a single pass catcher in this class even comes close to the way Michael Mayer plays at the catch point. So if that's where you guys ended up going, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if Mozzie Smith goes here, Brian Breesy maybe Nolan Smith, because if anyone is going to learn from a good edge rusher who plays the linebacker position, it's going to be Micah teaching it to someone else.
If anyone doesn't realize, like Nolan Smith is so enticing for the Cowboys right now, but just there's one player that's just a little bit more enticing to me, maybe more than Nolan Smith and Michael Mayer. Very obvious. Joey Porter Jr. is literally still on the board right now.
I know, it would be wild. I'd hate to see it, but it'd be. But there's no way you guys do it with Stephon Gilmore.
With Gilmore and Diggs, I know. And we're so high on Anthony Brown that I don't see it happening. Even though Anthony Brown literally is nicknamed by the fan base as Burnt Toast Brown because he can't cover shit. Sorry,
I really think it's going to be Mayer, and I would be surprised if it's anyone besides.
It's going to be Mayer. They're literally doing a whole Jason Witten homage right now about how it's going to be Michael Mayer. So there's no way it's not.
Yeah. So it's gonna be fun, but it's gonna be a lot of fun. The Eagles are gonna own.
I'm thinking Brian Branch here for the Eagles, honestly.
Brian Branch. If Brian Branch gets to 30, I'm gonna have. But Brian Branch even to the Cowboys could be, because who's playing safety for the Cowboys? Hooker and I don't know.
There were like two dudes I didn't want. This Osiris Torrance guy.
I'm a big fan of Osiris Torrance. I really, really like Osiris Torrance.
We just didn't need him. We just don't need him.
Yeah, I mean, you don't need him. I mean, there's places you guys could go, but I think like it's the same thing like the Bears pick. It's not.
Do you guys see the draft in the war room right now for the Cowboys? Are you guys looking at the war room?
He is. I am not. He's actually the one breaking the picks for me, because if I looked at if I can only stream it, I don't have live television, so I'd be behind. So I don't even have it pulled up.
Okay, I didn't know how far behind we were from each other, because usually I'm way behind you guys.
Yeah.
So. And then I didn't want this Murphy dude. Like Miles Murphy, he's a great player, I'm sure.
Miles Murphy.
We just don't need him. Nolan Smith would be attractive. Joey Porter Jr. would be amazing. I hope we trade to get maybe Jacksonville wants to trade again, and then we get Joey Porter Jr. But
have you seen it?
I can't wait to see a reaction. Yeah.
That's either a really good thing or a really bad thing.
Yeah, that's either a really good thing or a really bad thing. Goodell's not even on the screen yet.
Ryan. We found it out through Twitter. All I'm going to say is, and I named a lot of people for you, so this isn't going to spoil it.
Don't say it yet, please. You're going to ruin my...
Hey, I'll tell you what.
Don't be Torrance. If it's Torrance, I'm dropping the phone. I'm leaving the chat. If it's Torrance, bro, or Miles Murphy, I don't want them.
David, can you do me a favor really quick while we wait?
I'm almost muting you guys at this point. Holy cow.
I'm not gonna spoil it. But while we wait, for everybody that watched our fantasy football draft, why don't you show them the results of the season?
Yep.
For anyone who cares out there in the world, it should be known that your boy is the fantasy champ. It was hard fought, everyone gave it a good effort. Ryan specifically,
how
we were kind of rivals this year, had a lot of tension, but at the end of the day, got to be a superior manager out here, Cowboys fandom. So,
hey, I appreciate that you gave me my flowers, because I was the runner-up, if I remember correctly.
You were the runner-up, and you know what, bro? You actually had a better team than me. Your team just didn't perform the last week.
So the Dallas Cowboys have made their pick.
Okay, wait,
hold on. What it is?
Goodell's
do you want us to announce
Goodell's
it?
walking.
Okay.
All
right, we won't
let
him watch it on TV.
Please.
Let him watch it on TV.
Who do you want?
He wants Porter. I told you that was what was going to happen. I texted both you and your brother that was going to be the pick tonight.
He kind of knows his stuff, I guess.
Just a little bit. Stop. If anyone's gonna know anything about Mazi Smith, it's me. As someone who's huge into the draft and as a Michigan fan, Mazi Smith, I can tell you, turn off whatever the heck NFL Network's telling you. You're stupid. Mazi Smith is going to step in, and he's going to be an elite player against the run. Not a single soul is going to be able to run on this dude. And this dude athletically, no, stop. This dude testing is off the absolute charts. He has the ability to become a very, very, very good pass rusher with a very, very high floor of being a pass rusher. Think of Jordan Davis. Did you like Jordan Davis last year or no?
He was fine.
Mazi Smith is Jordan Davis light.
This pick hurts me, guys. Because there was so much steam built around this year. Because Jerry finally did it. Jerry never comments on what he's going to do. Never does. And it's never even smoke and mirrors either. Like, he never talks about where he's going to throw his pick. He just usually just does it. And he doesn't like to make the flashy picks. And CeeDee Lamb, like even Micah Parsons, like, people weren't seeing that as a flashy pick when we picked Micah. But like CeeDee was our last flashy pick, and that was even just because he fell to us. Like, we could have had Joey Porter Jr. I know we don't need him, but we could have had him, and that hurts me. We could have had Nolan Smith, a freak athlete, and we didn't have him. Even like, why did we do an 8-minute Michael Mayer montage of Jason Witten comparisons and then not do anything on that?
So Bengals fans know what they're getting at pick 29.
Technically 28, but
28, but yeah, it's gonna be fun when you see Nolan Smith terrorize you guys and the Eagles.
So it's worth noting really quick.
It's worth noting there's like 5 guys on the board that I really, really like in the Eagles pick in 4 picks. So
Will Levis, who was considered to be in consideration for the top in the top 4 picks, took 8 top 30 visits in recent weeks to these franchises: the Panthers, Texans, Colts, Raiders, Titans, Bucks, Falcons, and Patriots. Now, if we look at the second round, between picks, picks 32 to 45. Okay, or no, I'll say 42 to 50. Of those teams, the Bucks, the Patriots, the Falcons,
the Titans,
the
Seahawks,
Panthers, Raiders. The Seahawks weren't on that list. I mean, those are all guys that are within the top. I mean, next 20 picks in the second round. Could we potentially look at a trade up at some point? It's on the table. Maybe not in the first round. I personally don't think that Will Levis is going to see his name get called tonight. I don't think that's possible.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. I'm still on the Cowboys because what do you guys think I think about 24/7?
Yeah, well, I'm with you. It's a different thing. The Eagles have a bevy of options. DeJuan Jones is still on the board. Myles Murphy is still on the board. Joey Porter is still on the board. Nolan Smith is still on the board. There's freaking Brian Branch is still on the board. So there's 5 players I really, really like. The Eagles picking 3 picks. And that's not to include the option, like Ryan just touched on, there are 5, 6, 7 teams that absolutely have the want, or could at least have the want to trade back into the first round, take their quarterback.
And I mean, it's also something to note that there were like 5 guys that I really liked that the Cowboys just decided to throw into the toilet and grab a guy that could have been picked in the second round. Crazy.
There's not a single pick here that the Eagles could make that would make me mad. If it's Osiris Torrance, if it's Steve Avila, literally, I wouldn't be happy with a Antoine Harrison pick. I'm out on Antoine Harrison, but I wouldn't be mad about it. There's not a single
You say there's
pick.
not a pick they could take, but watch them take Stetson Bennett. Boom. There you go. There's a pick you don't like.
Eagles quarterback of the future right there.
Stetson Bennett's going to make a good backup somewhere. Not as good
Somewhere.
as DTR. I'm telling you, I don't know what it is, and I don't know how it's going to happen. Max Duggan, by Sunday, will be a Dallas Cowboy.
Oh, don't do that to him. Come on.
No. Max Duggan's going to be a backup. I mean, anyone.
He's gonna be the Cowboys' backup. You already know he's gonna be the Cowboys' backup. We're gonna waste our 4th round pick on him or something.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All right. So a little bit for a look at the future here now, because it seems we still have you for a little bit of time here, but we're looking at you guys in the 2nd or 3rd round. What would you like for the Cowboys to do? Trade up and maybe get someone, because you guys pick all the way at pick 58. But I mean, if there's a cornerback you guys really like, I mean, there's trade up opportunities. You guys could draft Charbonnet if he makes it all the way to 58, which I don't know if he would. But as a Cowboys fan, kind of talk us through what you'd like to see tomorrow in round 2 and 3.
I mean, seeing how far tight end slid today, I wouldn't be completely shocked if they continue to slide. If the Cowboys tomorrow decide to trade up and grab a 2nd rounder like Luke Musgrave from Oregon State,
or no Washington,
just because he's gonna go 2nd round, he'll be mid 2nd round. I would see the Cowboys doing that just because hey, we need a pass catcher. We did kind of get rid of Dalton Schultz and Noah Brown, and Jalen Tolbert doesn't run, and so we have Gallup, CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson. Question mark? Who do we?
Peyton Hendershot.
We have your IU boy Peyton Hendershot to carry our load here.
Hendershot played well.
Wow, Anton Harrison went.
Anton Harrison here.
That's the one pick I didn't want.
That's crazy for you.
That works out for me. Okay, that's not true. If they picked a tight end, I would be.
But no, I think
I'd be angry, but I'd be disappointed if they picked a tight end.
I think if Dallas, so we could take a 3rd rounder if he falls to the 3rd round, which it's possible.
Yeah.
I think Dallas, they're comfortable going with another offensive player.
Absolutely.
And if we do get tight end, we love to go picks around 3 through 6. We love to take O-line talent because that's our thing. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't be surprised with his injury issues if we went center, because Biotish has had ankle issues for a couple of years. If we went Joe Tippmann out of Wisconsin, who'd be in the 3rd round. Hold on, I'm just saying because Jerry likes to take Wisconsin boys. Finally, I really liked him in college. I know he's a little bit older. However, he's not that injured, and he's got he's pretty explosive. I love Tajay Spears. So if I saw Spears get drafted to the Cowboys, bro, I'd be a little hyped.
Yes. I think it'll be a good. I think there's still a pathway for you guys to at least succeed a little bit and kind of make up a little bit for Mazi Smith, but I really don't
so
think
the Michigan boys now saying, oh yeah, now we'll make up for Mazi. I know you like him because he's a Michigan guy, and I'm sure he's a great talent. He's got more talent than I'll ever have in anything I ever do in my life. However, still not happy with it.
I that's fine, and I agree. But speaking of center, there's actually a center.
Wow.
There's a center coming out of Arkansas, which, as we know, Jerry's an Arkansas boy. He loves his Arkansas players. There's a center. His name is Ricky Stormberg, I think is what it is. I wouldn't be surprised if you guys took him in the 4th round or something, because we know how Jerry is with his Arkansas boys, and again, it's a center. But I'd like if you guys paired up Mazi Smith with Ola Oluwatimi. It'd be a lot of fun. So I don't know.
Right. David,
I'm so disappointed, and it's not even because okay, if I didn't have any expectations, I'd be looking at Mazi Smith film and drooling. I'm sure, I'm fine with that.
I don't know if I would say drooling, but
good.
Do you have
because Joey Porter Jr. was still there? I was so high on getting a pass catcher that my safety net in my brain was that, you know what, Nolan Smith and Joey Porter Jr. are there, and you know what, now the Eagles are going to take him because that's what Jerry Jones wants. Jerry Jones is secretly working for the Dirty Birds. That's what he's doing.
The pick is in, by the way.
Yes. David, we do have to let you go. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations on the fantasy football championship that I will be taking from you this season. More than likely, we'll be doing another fantasy draft that you guys will be able to see David down the road as well. The rivalry will continue. The Bengals pick is in, by the way. It's Miles Murphy from Clemson. So solid. But anyways, without further ado, David, thanks again for coming on the show.
Appreciate it, guys. Later.
Take it
All
easy.
right. The man, the myth, the legend, who's probably a little bit disappointed about what just. Oh, see you, David. Thank you, David. Again, but like I said, the man, the myth, the legend, who you guys have seen, he's probably a little disappointed with this pick because he really, really liked Myles Murphy, wanted him here at pick 29. But let me ask you a question before you even start talking. Thoughts on Nolan Smith here at 29? He is still on the board. Yeah.
I want him.
We'll see. We'll see. Next Zach Bond, maybe?
Listen. You just get the player. Just get the player and then figure it out.
Michael Mayer here at 29.
Matt, are you going to be able to watch the second round?
Watch the second round? Yeah.
Yeah. You'll be home for that?
Yeah.
You know, and I this is very personal news, I guess, but yeah, I'm moving out, so Matt, maybe you could come over and we'll watch the second and third rounds together. I'm just saying. Anyways, yeah, so Matt,
what? Oh.
Lots of do you already know who it is? No way you know who it is.
No.
Don't.
I was gonna.
Please don't.
No. I was gonna say thoughts on the draft so far. Biggest shocker.
Jahmyr Gibbs at 12.
Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. Emmanuel Forbes, and then your thoughts on the Eagles, on the Eagles and Bears.
I mean, I knew Howie would get his guy. I didn't think he'd make it to 9. I thought. I really did think the Bears would take him if he got to 9.
Yep. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
You said Bijan too?
Yeah. Thoughts on Bijan?
Upset.
Ridiculous.
I mean, I'm happy for the guy. He got the most money he possibly could. Like, that was the highest position he could have been drafted. But still, it sucks going to that team.
Yes. You called it. I mean, if anyone throughout this entire process said Bijan is going to be picked higher than what people think, he's one of the best talents in this class, and the GM's not going to let it slip, it was you. So you are darn right.
You know what? You've been high on Will McDonald as well.
Yeah.
He's a Jet now. What's your thoughts?
Oof. At 15, it's early. It's early, but I think he's going to be a consistent sack producer just because he's going to go into a system where he's going to be a true outside edge rusher and he's not going to play 3-eye, 4-eye, 5-eye. So I don't know. Man, Ben, I'm just focused on this pick. I can't even lie.
Was the pick in?
No, not yet.
No. You guys are probably trying to trade out of it at this point, I would guess.
I hope so.
What right now, what are your thoughts on Will Levis and his tumble?
And how he'll be a Saint in 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
What would your reaction be?
I expected him to fall, but man, falling this far, oof. The NFL does not value Will Levis.
Yes. Oh, and thank you, by the way. I meant to thank you for Jalen Carter. Thank you for everything.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah.
Thank you for everything.
I mean, it's fine. We have Trevor Penning, so I mean, bookend left tackle for the next 10 years.
Yeah. Speaking of
I don't want that thug. I don't want that thug.
We technically got the 10th pick as a result of that. So thank you for Darnell Wright, which I'm actually kind of. The more time that I let just kind of stew, I'm kind of okay
you were so disappointed at the start, and I really like.
You were watching all this?
Yeah, I wanted to console you. I saw the Bears pick.
Make me feel better about this.
I wanted to console you because he is the best pure pass blocker in the draft. He is the best right tackle. You plug him in, and he will be. He has the highest floor of anyone around. That's not probably Paris Johnson. I think Paris Johnson's run blocking is very good, but I think because he's such a big body, he can develop the run game, and he's going to come in and instantly be a big pass blocker because he has so much experience in it. So
it's fair.
I think it's a good pick. He Poles got his guy. Did he get it a little early? Sometimes you got to do that.
Yep.
I was going to say, yeah. And Ben's made the point consistently, and I'm a huge fan of it now. He's got such a great point. Yeah, it's always been in polls we trust. And so I'm absolutely going to keep that mentality. But
right,
the pick
I'm
is in.
excited for
guys.
Bryan Bresee to be a Saint.
Dude, I would cry for you, dude. I'd
be fine with it. I really would. I've talked myself into the highs with Bryan Bresee.
Yeah.
Surprised they didn't trade out.
I want Nolan. I want Nolan or Dewan to fall. If Nolan or Dewan falls, if you guys don't take Nolan,
Dewan's going to be on the.
Yes.
So wait, who did you say? I zoned out. Who did you say that you wanted again?
Who do you want? If it was
who do I want?
Would it be Nolan?
Yeah.
It's probably. I really like Brian Branch. I don't think it's gonna be.
Oh my God, Brian Branch is still on the board. The Eagles.
I know. I think he'll go 30.
I don't know. I just want to see the pick and I'll make my judgment. I really can't think of the board right now.
I kind of wanted you guys to get Mozzie. That's kind of what I wanted for you guys.
Matt,
I wanted Murphy, man.
Yes,
Matt, you are going to.
I love that for you.
You have full permission to announce this pick because I don't want to spoil it for you. So,
all right, quit looking at Twitter, my guy.
I didn't look. I seriously don't know. I promise you, I don't know.
I ask you to not do it for the Eagles pick either.
All right, I know who it is now. I just don't want him to. I don't want to spoil it. I want him to say it.
All right, I have my headphones, so I'm gonna do
that. I love Twitter sometimes, man. Just some people's comments is hilarious.
I don't know what it is. I want to see what it is.
Yep.
Who was it?
Bresee, Bryan Bresee.
Okay, with the 29.
Somebody commented on Ian Rappaport's tweet that said, "Did Nolan Smith kill somebody?"
Dude, oh my gosh, the Eagles are really about to recreate.
Dude, you guys are going to get someone who consistently got mocked at 10 at 30. Are you kidding me?
I know. If that's the way we go, but
oh my God.
Dude, Howie is that man.
How do you get
Can you get Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter?
You guys
Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean. We're going to freaking take Kelly Ringo in the second. And take Christopher Smith in the third. We're just going to recreate this freaking Georgia defense is what we're going to do.
I'm just glad we didn't reach for him. I'm glad we just stayed put and got him where we got him.
Breezy?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he has the highs. I mean, when he's at his highest, his pass rushing ability is very, very good.
And I think the guy experienced just being a human this year, man.
Yes.
Like, I don't think he was locked down on football. How could you?
How could you? And for those who don't know what he's referring to, his sister passed away from leukemia. I don't know what kind of cancer, but his sister passed away from cancer this past year. He's coming off an ACL injury. There's just been a lot happening to him.
Yeah.
To Matt's point, it's really hard to kind of focus on football when everything in your life is going kind of the way it is. I kind of really want the Eagles. There's so many guys on the board here. The point that I want the Eagles to trade back into the second round and maybe pick up a 4th or 5th this year.
My dad just texted me. He goes, "How about that Will Levis bet? He dropped because of the banana peels. I'm telling you."
It's the banana and the coffee. I'm telling you.
I would be a big fan if the Lions wanted to trade pick 34 and slip it our way.
Yeah.
But see, the issue is I think DeJuan Jones goes the next pick if the Eagles don't take him.
Who bites the bullet with Levis? Like, I'm really looking at it.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. Do the Seahawks want to trade up? Because I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if someone wants to trade up and get that 5th year. Maybe the Saints trade up with the Eagles. Oh my gosh. Why did I turn my notifications back on my Twitter? I'm going to put my phone
I love Ben. The CM Punk meme that you sent me was just too good.
Yeah.
He passed. Oh, it's too good.
I've been sending Ryan some. I'll send him to the group chat, Matt.
It's a wonder lick.
The
It's a Wonder Woman
Jalen
joke.
the Jalen Carter one had me dying. Ryan,
What if the
I was on
Rams
the
come up from
floor.
36?
I would be okay with that, man.
By the way, I'm gonna make the executive decision to only put this out on YouTube. I think that was the original decision as well. So everybody that watched it, I just want to say thank you.
Yes.
Jesus Christ, dude.
I said that Jalen Carter one had me on the floor, Matt. When you get a chance, I sent you some pretty bad memes.
Bro, yeah. I love it.
Not good memes.
All right. So
is this anyone but Nolan Smith? Like really?
Nolan
I thought
Smith
it
or Dwan
was-
Jones. Nolan Smith or Dwan Jones.
I was thinking Brian Branch just because they have a need.
Or
to
Brian,
fill
dude, it could. I would be okay with the Brian Branch here. I'm not surprised
But-
that he didn't go in the first round.
Nolan
Just
Smith
because
just
of
makes too much sense here.
He does. With I mean, they're really trying to recreate that defense. The pick is in. I want to turn my phone around so I don't get the pick spoiled for me.
Who are the Chiefs gonna pick though? Like what?
Dwan
is
Jones.
Hyatt.
Yeah.
No, stop it. Dwan Jones, I think. What are your thoughts on Jalen Reed being ranked higher than Josh Downs on the ESPN?
Jaden Reed's a great player.
Not better than Josh Downs.
I don't know what you want me to say.
What do you? That's fair. That's fair.
I think Jaden Reed has more prototypical NFL size.
I kind of wanted to trade back here, but really, unless it's Michael Mayer,
No, you
unless
don't.
it's a
You want
tight
to get
end,
Nolan Smith.
I wanted to trade back. There's a lot of guys on the board I liked here. I want Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, or Dwan Jones.
There's no way it's not, dude. Oh,
There's
my
no way
God.
it's not. It has to be. And the fact that he just got the – oh, my God. Oh, my goodness.
Can't
Oh,
keep
my
getting
goodness.
away with. Look at, they're all smiling. They're
You
so
can't keep
pumped.
getting away with this.
I'm gonna be old man yelling at the sun tomorrow. Eagles, the damn Eagles.
Howie Roseman's that guy. Ugh.
Oh my gosh, I cannot believe this.
Ryan, when you see it, is he walking out yet?
They're
He's
calling.
not walking out just yet. No,
Oh
but
my
it's
goodness, dude.
yeah, Matt's ahead of me, I think. Cause yeah, I'm just now seeing like the war room and everything. Like they're all just sitting and staring at the TV. But like
They're calling and they're telling Nolan Smith, hey,
Nolan
hey, you
Smith,
know a lot of
join
those
Jalen
guys on
Carter.
this team, man.
Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. That's one way to freaking end a first round, dude.
When,
I couldn't have asked. I
how
literally
we
could
call
not have-
Kirby Smart and ask him to be the highest paid defensive coordinator ever.
dude, they're
I
really
would
giving
be okay with that, dude.
they're giving Jalen Carter like literally the best
They almost-
situation to succeed.
And the reports are that like the person who kept Jalen Carter in check last year was Jordan Davis.
Yeah.
So and Nolan Smith was the captain.
I
of
bet
this.
Nakobe Dean played a part in that too.
Absolutely. If anyone's gonna keep him in check, it's gonna be these guys. It's gonna be
And
yes.
it's an immediate what's his face? Javon Hargrave replacement.
Absolutely. They went the money that Javon Hargrave got, they're gonna get a fourth round comp for him. So they got oh my goodness. They got Jalen Carter and a fourth round pick for Javon Hargrave. Darn it.
If I'm the Bears and I want to trade up to 31, I would not be upset if we could snag like Joey Porter right now. That'd be pretty cool.
I would be okay. See, Joey Porter.
You guys are far down there though.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of picks here I'd be okay with. My only concern, and I'm a fan of him, and I don't see it happening because we got a defensive tackle here, but my only concern is that they get Adibare. And I'd be a little peeved if they got Adibare.
You know how Twitter like NFL teams post like got our guy with like whenever the pick comes by?
Yeah.
Like I saw it with Watson. Imagine like tomorrow the Bears started off with like got our guy, Chase Claypool with the pick, dude.
I would
my
just
God.
be like, just don't do that.
Dude, it's the dude perfect guys. Let's go.
Do
Let's
something
go.
crazy. What is that?
Will Levis, dude, perfect.
What is that? A coin?
Dude, you said Will Levis and my heart dropped for a second. I don't appreciate that one, Matt.
It's not
My
gonna be
heart
Will
dropped.
Levis.
I was like, what the
Hey, they did pick.
They
Jalen
did it
Hurts
with Jalen
right
Hurts, man. They did it
Are
right
they
after
Eagles
they
fans?
The Falcons just did
Dude,
No,
perfect.
they're Dallas fans.
They're from. Yeah, I was gonna say
They
they're from.
literally live in Arlington.
That's what I thought. I'm just genuinely confused as to why
No.
they would be out there for the Eagles pick then.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. But when you said Levis, my heart freaking dropped for a second. I was like, no way. Not that they would, but like,
Oh. They're bringing out a giant Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce coin to flip to break the tie to get the favorite child out of the way because they have Kelce, the Kelce mom out there.
oh yeah. I would just want them to. Who cares? Mama Kelce is
And
very sweet.
Travis has the that was what it landed on. That was the dumbest thing. Did you watch that, man?
Just
That was
announce
stupid.
Nolan Smith. All right. Eagles select. Nolan.
That's cool that
Yep.
Jason's,
Nolan Smith.
Jason
It was Nolan
Kelce's
Smith?
mom.
Yep.
Yeah. It's cool that it's Jason Kelce's mom that announces the pick, though. They really are rebuilding like the entire Georgia defense. Like, I can't hear Ben for whatever reason. I don't know if he's talking to us or not.
Nolan Smith wasn't invited, but Keon White was. That's kind of crazy.
I mean, all right, cool. So that'll do that. So Kansas City's on the clock now. Okay, so yeah, I mean, best available according to ESPN. Got to be Will Levis here, obviously.
I mean,
that's the biggest
hey,
thing.
did you see the Chris Collinsworth's final mock from like 2 days
Yeah.
ago? He had Hendon Hooker.
Unbelievable, dude. Which, by the way,
I
is
mean-
according to ESPN the 7th best overall on the board right now.
7?
What is 7th? Yep, 7th.
Jeez.
That's pretty high.
Mel Kiper
man.
loves him some Will Levis.
No, Will Levis. I'm sorry, Levis is number 1 right now. Hendon Hooker is 7.
Oh, I thought you said 7th overall, like of everyone who's been drafted. Like he.
Oh no. I'm saying best.
Can you guys hear
available
me?
right now? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, awesome, sweet. Oh
All
my
right, speak
gosh.
on Nolan Smith.
Eagles killed it, dude. Again, I would have been okay
Again.
with Nolan Smith. I would have been okay with Nolan Smith at 10. I would have absolutely like if anyone.
Oh, and he cut out again. Oh no, he's back. He's back. Wait.
Is gonna learn.
I think your mic cut out because it auto corrected to your AirPods at that point. I think. Technical difficulties here.
It's the 31st pick.
Yeah.
If anyone for Nolan Smith to learn from, it's gonna be freaking Reddick.
I'm excited to go on Saints Twitter. Let's see.
Nolan Smith Twitter is what we need to go on. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
What would you guys biggest winner of this class? Texans.
Biggest winner
Texans easily.
of this
It just-
class?
Yes.
Dude, it's the Eagles. Come on. I don't know. I don't want to be like, it's goofy, but like they stood pat. Like, what did they give up to move up one spot for Carter? A next year fourth that they're gonna get back in comp?
Long term.
and that they have 12 picks next year anyways.
Like, I don't know. They better win next year.
Freaking Porter, dude. Whoever gets Porter in the second round,
They're gonna
and
win.
Branch.
They're gonna win a Super Bowl in the Jalen Hurts contract is my that's the time span you want to win, and I could see him winning 1 and 2 or
So,
I'm not like genuinely like trying to jinx you guys or anything. I think that team is just that good at drafting and free agency and doing everything.
Yes. How is just and you want to know what's going to make it even better? When Howie Roseman trades back from 66 or something to pick up an extra pick, and then he trades that 3rd-round pick for Budda Baker. It's going to be great.
So what's the deal with DeAndre Hopkins? Because wasn't he supposed to be traded by now?
Yeah,
Yeah,
freaking Pac-Man Jones.
Right?
Pac-Man Jones was saying he was going to be traded today. I
think he could be traded tomorrow.
Yeah.
It starts. Does this start at the same time tomorrow that it started today?
6 o'clock tomorrow Central.
I think it's
7
an
Eastern.
An hour earlier. That's great.
Yeah. I mean, they gotta make a little bit more
Chiefs Nation.
Dang, I mean, it's almost 11 o'clock Central. You're looking at almost like a midnight end time for the 2nd and 3rd rounds.
Hey,
they breeze through those 3rd rounds.
It's 5 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah.
It'll probably end the same time it does now.
I'm assuming the Chiefs are looking to trade back. There's like a minute and a half.
I think
remaining.
they're calling saying who wants Levis's 5th-year option.
Yes, absolutely is what they're doing.
They're playing the field right now. I mean, looking at early 2s.
I'm surprised they're not jumping on freaking Dwan right now.
I'm looking at Vegas at 38 and saying what's up? What do you want? That's the first person I'm calling. Second team, I'm saying Tennessee.
Well, the rumor going in it was Tennessee. You know, they love Tennessee, and Tennessee has their quarterback, and they
picked
Willis and whatnot.
Will Levis is officially not a 1st-round pick.
The pick is in.
What is the pick?
It just says the pick is in. I have no idea.
Even on ESPN, it just said the pick is in, but nobody has announced anything.
I think they're going to do some flamboyant celebration.
Dude, Hassan Reddick, Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, and Josh Sweat as rotation 1. Rotation 2, Brandon Graham, Moten Williams, Fletcher Cox, and Nolan Smith.
Yeah, you guys brought back Fletcher Cox.
Yes, we did. Oh, that's good,
man. I hope that offense takes a hit, man. I hope the Steichen loss is a big deal. I don't know.
If not, dude,
I don't know what else to say.
Yeah. I mean, freaking Brian Johnson's a dog, though.
Oh, Will Levis and Bo Callahan.
Oh, I saw the pick on accident. Gosh dang it!
I did too. Matt,
I'm not surprised.
Man.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, I thought it would have been someone else, but the position doesn't surprise me.
At first, I thought that it was, and then I realized that it wasn't, and then it made me feel better.
Is it Bergeron?
No, right? No. No, it's not tackle. It's not tackle. You can assume if it's not tackle, it's the other end of the football there.
Edge?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's on the board?
BJ Adebawore.
It's
Uzama.
Adebawore is pretty nice.
Uzama's still here.
I don't know.
It'll be I'm surprised Dwan Jones didn't go in the 1st round.
I am too.
Let's see.
Oh, it's Keon White. What am I talking about?
Imagine,
Keon
dude,
White.
1st round. It's so wild to me that they're like, Keon White, come here and come to the draft.
Brian
but they were
Branch following the exact Xavier McKinney storyline.
Dude, I know it's wild, and he'll probably watch him end up to the Jets there.
Hope the
Jets
Saints
will
trade up.
freaking get him, man.
All right, Matt, do you know who it is?
Kunish, dude.
No, I just know it's an edge.
Okay. Wow, this is what a night!
The Eagles really picked like 4 picks after.
You guys see the attendance? 125,000.
I know. It's wild. I wish we would have been. If they have something in the area over the course of the next 2 years, Book it, guys.
Detroit.
We'll be there maybe. If it's Detroit, I'd be okay with
Detroit's
making
next year. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I'm just saying.
I think Detroit would be awesome to go to, especially if they make like the playoffs.
Exactly. It would be a lot of fun, guys. Maybe it's a move.
Let me just say this. So you were talking about who won the draft or whatever or at least the first round. A little dark horse that I would have for you is Arizona easily. And they still have yet to trade DeAndre Hopkins as well. So just something else.
Losers,
they keep bringing out these Super Bowl trophies, and now I just want to hope to God that Kansas City never wins another championship again just because of that. Stop flaunting it around. I'm so jealous right now.
They're gonna
biggest loser of this class outside of Will Levis.
Green Bay.
Team or player.
Washington picked Emmanuel Forbes over Christian
Gonzalez. I know.
Yeah.
We like to see.
Oh, FAU. Let's go.
Yep.
W.
That's right. That's why I said
Felix and a DK Uzama. So that'll conclude the first round. I want to say thank you for sticking with us. Matt, first off, thanks for tuning in or whatever if you were watching. If not, thanks for coming on the show. We always appreciate your company and everything. Do you have any closing statements or anything like that before you're free to go?
Make sure you tune in to the draft at 6 tomorrow. There's a lot of good talent on the board. If your team picks in the top 45-ish, get a good player. Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch,
Dwan Jones,
Will Levis. If you're
more
in that
trades
market,
to come for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I
love the draft.
Yes, if they like your content, Matt, where can they find you?
Find me on Spotify, on YouTube, Busworthy. Type in Busworthy on Spotify and YouTube, and you'll find my pretty face and hear me talking football and tell me why I'm wrong or right or anything in the middle. I don't know.
All right. So without further ado, Matt, thanks again, man. You are free to go. We'll stay in touch for sure.
I'll see you guys.
And then after that, I mean, Ben, do you have any other closing statements or anything that you would like to add on?
No, the freaking Eagles killed it. That's about it. It'll be interesting. Definitely, probably one of the more, not that, the draft day is always fun, but probably one of the more entertaining ones in recent memory. A lot of stuff happened. And like you said, for the people who, even if you stopped in for 5 minutes, for the people who made it this far, we did a 4 hour and 15-minute stream darn near. So we appreciate everyone who came in to listen. We appreciate everyone who came in and talked. And it was just it was a fun time. Enjoy yourself tomorrow, everyone. And Ryan, good luck tomorrow. Big day.
Thank you. Yeah, it is. You guys are going to see a very different, you guys are already looking at a different background. I just realized that. I moved my desk in the middle of the room. That way I could position myself right in front of my TV. But yes, it's going to be a huge day. I'm going to be very relaxed tomorrow after everything's all said and done. So if you guys aren't already, please follow me on my Twitter. I'm going to make ourselves big again. That way you guys can see our own individual Twitters, which I am assuming that will be very active during the draft as far as our comments and reactions and everything. And any other socials you can find literally right above us. So that'll do it for this week's episode of the Pigskin Project, the Draft Spectacular, the second annual Draft Spectacular. We'd like to thank Overtime Sports Network, as well as Spotify for Podcasters, and Uppercuts Grooming as well, just for helping us expand our podcast and reach new heights. Thanks again to everybody that have, tuned in and everything. We greatly appreciate it. But like I said, give us a follow on all of our platforms. And until then, please leave a like. If you guys are watching right now, and I know a couple people are, please leave a like on our broadcast. That way more people can see it. And I mean, just without that, I think that's going to do it. So thanks again. And this has been the Pigskin Project this week. We'll see you guys next week.